All right. Who is ready to have their mind blown? Seriously. This is going to be crazy, what we're about to talk about. I just had an epiphany within the past 5 minutes of something, and I'm going to show you how everything lines up within the Bible with the body being the temple of God, all right? By the way, hell isn't real, all right? Let's put it that way. You live in your own hell. You make your own hell, all right? Let's put it this way. I had an epiphany within the past 5 minutes. It blew my mind. I'm going to show you guys something. You guys are never going to be able to look at this scripture the same way again, what Jesus said, all right? I just connected like 4 to 5 different verses to connect to this one single point. This is unbelievable. It's amazing. I'm going to talk about it here soon, as it is. By the way, if you think that heaven and hell is something outside of you, then you don't understand the Bible, as it is. By the way, if you think that heaven and hell is something outside of you, then you don't understand the Bible. Don't understand the Bible. That's the problem. Okay? Yeah, and guys, we're going to wait for some people to get in here. You're never going to be able to look at these verses the same way. I'm telling you that much. All right? We have been covering so much ground. All right? So much ground. Missy, I got something to say. I've had an epiphany within the past 5 to 10 minutes. It's so freaking mind-blowing that I can't believe I never saw it before, but it's going to connect all the dots, all right? You know how, guys, we've been talking about in Matthew chapter 5, it talks about how if a man takes his lamp or his candlestick, he hides it underneath a bushel, there's no light for the house. A man takes his candlestick, he places it up, and when he does, it gives light to the whole house. Well, this is very important to understand, because with that epiphany and that understanding, we know that the candlestick that's put in the house is the body. Your body is the temple. Whenever you hear about houses, temples, it's your body, okay? It's your body. The candlestick is a representation of the spinal column, and then the light at the top is the pineal gland. That's why Jesus says that if thine eye be single, thy body shall be full of light. Okay? Now, I'm going to explain something in this same chapter, in the same Sermon in the Mount chapter, where Matthew chapter 6, verse 6, Jesus says this very thing. He says, when you pray to your Father, go into your inner room in your closet. Go to the closet in your room. This is important to understand, you guys. Oh my God, this is going to be mind-blowing right here, okay? So let's go to this. Matthew 6:6. You're never going to be able to look at this the same way again, all right? I had a revelation on that verse this morning. Interesting. Okay. I want to hear what you had to say about it. Let's see if this is the same revelation. But thou, when thou prayest, enter into thy closet, and when thou hast shut thy door, pray to thy Father which is in secret, and thy Father which seeth in secret shall reward thee openly. Let's talk about this. First off, what is that word there for a door? It's the word gate, entrance. It's an entryway, okay? So it's an entryway that we're looking at here, okay? So this entryway that is being talked about here, what the heck is this? Enter into thy closet, enter into your inner room. You're entering into a room. This is the closet, the room, the entrance, the gate. And when thou hast shut thy door, pray to thy Father which is in secret. Okay. Okay. When you enter a closet, aren't you in darkness? When When you enter a door, you're in darkness, okay? This is important to understand right here. Because if you're in darkness when you enter this closet to get into the door, what the heck is the door? Well, if your body is the temple of God, and First Kings tells us this. Let's check out First Kings, all right? Because where's this door, all right? And the house when it was building was built of stone, made ready before it was brought thither, so that there was neither hammer, nor axe, nor any tool of iron heard in the house while it was in building. This is talking about the temple of your body. This is not talking about some literal physical temple. Matter of fact, you are lively stones built upon Christ, okay? So let's go ahead and look at this, all right? The door for the middle chamber was in the right side of the house, okay? So we know that the door is in the right side of the house. So let's check this out now. All right. So enter into thy closet. A closet is in darkness, and when thou hast entered, shut thy door. But the door's on the right side. Yes, it's on the right side of the brain. Exactly. It's on the right side of the brain because the temple's within you. Okay? This is why in John chapter 14, verse 1 to 3, Jesus says, let not your heart be troubled. You believe in God, believe also in me. In my Father's house are many mansions. Guess what? A house, the house of the Father, is the solar cycle. It's the solar power. The mansions are the lunar, okay? The mansions are the rooms. This is where the door is. This is where the closet is. It's lunar because it's of the moon. It's of darkness. It's of a time where you have to enter in where it's dark. This is why when you enter into the closet, it's darkness. And when you shut thy door, you enter into that darkness. Because when you enter into that darkness, just like Christ was crucified on a cross, there was darkness that came over the land. The darkness that comes over, it's a representation of your death, burial, and your resurrection to be resurrected, because on the right side of your brain, where the right side of the door is, there's something called the fornix on the right-hand side, and in Stedman's medical dictionary, it's known as the vault or the tomb. The vault or the tomb has to be opened up. You have to enter into that darkness. You have to go into that room, and when you enter into that room and you shut the door of the right side, you are in that darkness, but then the light shall come. Because what happens through this, through the meditation aspect, through the pineal gland being secreted with the meditation, it kills the cancer in the body, according to Washington State University. It fills your body with a white light. But also, Jesus says that if thine eye be single, thy body shall be full of light. So when the shift happens, you have something called the stria pinealis that leads from the pineal gland into the right side. Think about the right side. What's happening is you're entering that door. When you go into that door in prayer, you're entering that closet, which is in darkness, which is a representation of that vault or that tomb of where you become dead to self and you're lifting yourself up in the Christ nature. And what ends up occurring through the vault or tomb being open, there's another part called the four amen, which shifts the energy from the left to the right brain side. That's what this is talking about. When thou prayest, when thou goest into meditation, enter into thy closet, enter into the darkness. And when you shut the door that is on the right side of the house, when you enter into this through the winding stairs into the middle chamber, what's the winding stairs? The winding stairs is it's a representation of the energy that goes up your spine. It's the spinal column. This is the winding staircase, but the door is on the right-hand side. You got to go into that darkness. You got to go through that door. This is why it says in the Father's house, which is the solar house, there are many mansions. Because the mansions is a representation of those rooms. And in those rooms is the representation of the lunar cycle, which is the darkness, which is the moon, which is why the light has to come to the mind. But you can only be buried with Christ before you can resurrect. Do you see what just happened there? That's why it tells us here. I got that epiphany 15 minutes ago. I couldn't believe it. And when I went to, check this out. Check this out. You think I'm lying about this? What is the root of the door? Derived from the root word, meaning to rush or to sacrifice, indicating an entrance or opening. Because the opening is the vault or tomb opening up through the angel rolling back the stone, which is the angle of light that enters your brain, enters your mind through the photon, through the pineal gland, through the meditation aspect. It all connects. There's not any deception within this. It's just that what you're seeing here, is that this door or this gate happens within the sacrifice. In the sacrifice, within the sacrifice, going through the door, it's the sacrifice of your carnal nature. It's the sacrifice of the lamb burnt offering sacrifice that happens in the pineal gland. And once this occurs, it shifts your thinking to the right side, where the door is, where the right side hand is of the temple. That's why it tells you the door was in the right side of the house, because your house is your temple. Your body is your temple. The sacrifice occurs. You enter the door, which is the vault or the tomb. The only one that rolls back the stone of the tomb is the angel of light. It's the angle of light. That's what it is. I'm not lying to you. This is all the process that happens through your meditation. This has nothing to do with something physical. This is a spirit. Okay. It does not have anything to do with what you can see with your outside eyes. Okay? But I'm going to tell you this much right now. This is the epiphany I got when thou prayest, when you meditate. Enter your closet. Your closet is in darkness. And when thou hast shut thy door, the door is on the right side of the temple. Pray to thy Father which is in secret, and thy Father which seeth in secret shall reward thee openly. Okay? So, when you look at this, everything begins to make sense through this understanding, through this revelation. Because the door, which is in that right side of the house, is the vault or the tomb that you are buried with Christ in. And finally, through the energy rising up through the vault or tomb, or the door being opened through the sacrifice that ends up occurring, because the door is another word for that sacrifice. Through the shifting of your brain, of your mind, you put on the mind of Christ. Boom. It ain't talking about literally opening up your damn door, okay? It's not talking about opening up your damn door, okay? Let's put it that way. It has nothing to do with that. I got this revelation 15 minutes ago. I didn't even have to sit on it. I just put it all together. I was able to sit here and say that, well, the Father's house is a solar cycle. The mansions within the Father's house are the lunar cycles. The lunar cycles are of darkness. The door in that place, the word room in my Father's house are many mansions is the word room or door. That's where the darkness happens, in the lunar cycle. That's where it all occurs. All right. So, if anyone would like to come up here, they're more than welcome to. Maybe people don't. Yep. Remember, Jesus says he stands at the door and knocks. You got it. Yeah. You got it. It says, what would you like? What is causing these revelations? I think it's because of the time we're in. I really do. All right. I think it's because of the time we're in. Now you also got to remember what you see here. What ends up happening here is in your body. You see, your body is the temple that leads you unto God. Okay? Do I think Jesus already returned? So, when it comes to the return of Christ, all right, Christ, you see, there's a specific reason why in 66 to 70 AD he did what he did. But according to our time, it's not that Christ is so much returning as people are waking up to Christ, because Christ is already here. Christ, remember, Michelle just said in Revelation 3:20, it says, "Behold, I stand at the door and knock. If anyone hear my voice and open the door, I will come in and sup with him and he with me." So, if it says he stands at the door and knocks, what door is that? It's the door on the right side of the house. Because the right side of your house is a representation of that door and the upper mind, the upper brain, the upper understanding. This is where your intuition comes from. Okay? This is the door. Okay? Now, when you see this and when you understand this, how can you hear a metaphorical voice? What are you talking about right now? You know, Elijah, he saw fire, earthquakes, lightning, and he said God wasn't in any of that. He said God was in the small, still voice that spoke to him. All right? God doesn't speak to you audibly with physical ears. Why do you think Jesus said you must have eyes to see and ears to hear? Because you got to hear with your spiritual ears. You got to see with your spiritual eyes. It's not physical. It has nothing to do with the physical. It has everything to do with the spiritual. All right? So when we look at this and when we understand this, what ends up happening here is, by the way, Braylith, that is 1 Kings chapter 13. But you just said there isn't a literal door. Then how do you receive information that's meta? Well, because the door is a representation. It's all using literal things that we understand of this world, and it's trying to explain it in a metaphorical sense. You see, Jesus even said the same thing. He said that he spoke to the common folk in parables, but to his disciples, to his apostles, he gives the secret cryptic hidden message of God. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, he will take the things of this world to confound the eyes of who think they're wise. All right? That's why. Because when we look at this, he uses literal things as symbols to create a relationship between the understanding of the supernatural and between what we are supposed to look at and see. Remember, after that is said, actually, I'm going to go ahead and show you guys something, okay? Give me one moment, okay? Give me one moment. I'll show you something that Jesus said. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and show you guys something, okay? Give me one moment, okay? Give me one moment. I'll show you something that Jesus said. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and show you guys something, okay? Give me one moment, okay? Give me one moment. I'll show you something that Jesus said. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and show you guys something, okay? Give me one moment, okay? Give me one moment. I'll show you something that Jesus says. All right, so this is Jesus' words, not my words, okay? Let's go and look at this. This is his words, not my words, all right? Let's check this out. Matthew 13:9. Who hath ears to hear, let him hear. What type of ears? What type of ears do you need to hear the message? Ain't talking about physical ears. Why the heck would he say, those who hath ears to hear, let them hear? Because, my friends, this is a spiritual message. All right? And the disciples came and said unto him, Why speakest thou unto them in parables? He answered and said unto them, Because it is given unto you to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven. Where does the kingdom of heaven dwell? Matthew 23, verse 13, Jesus says to the religious leaders, "Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You don't allow people to enter into the kingdom of heaven, neither you go in yourselves." Did this have to be something that happens after Christ died on the cross? No, absolutely not. Matter of fact, the religious leaders weren't allowing people to enter into the kingdom of heaven in that day, that very day. Which goes to show you, where's the kingdom of heaven? It's within a man. Okay? So, if it says that he gave them the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, what are the mysteries? Everyone wants to sit here and say, oh, you know what? There's no mysteries to the words of Jesus. Go look at that word mysteries in the Greek. You're going to see that it says secret, cryptic. A cryptic message, a hidden message that's meant only for those who seek, and they shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto them. Now, let's check this out, though. Okay? Because these eyes that you have to have. Let's look at this. For whosoever hath. Let's see. Okay, so let's go and see this. For whosoever hath, to him shall be given, and he shall have more abundance. But whosoever hath not, from him shall be taken away, even that he hath. Therefore speak I to them in parables, because they seeing see not, and hearing they hear not, neither do they understand. So once again, do you guys think you can understand the parables of Christ through physical eyes and physical ears? Ain't going to happen, all right? You try to look with physical eyes, physical ears, you're not going to be able to see nothing, all right? So, what ends up happening here? Now you begin to realize, now you begin to understand the parable of the dragnet, the parable of the mustard seed, the parable of the sower, the parable of the wheat and tares, so on and so forth. All of these parables are spiritual things. It has nothing to do with the physical, all right? And that's what Jesus said, all right? That's what ends up happening. All right. You say these aren't physical body parts it speaks of, yet you use a physical mind to understand. Never said that. Matter of fact, Paul tells you in 1 Corinthians 3:16, your body is the temple of God. What was in the temple of Moses? What was in the temple of Solomon? He had the altar of incense, the table of showbread. He had the Ark of the Covenant. These were instruments that were in the temple, just like the anatomy of your body are the instruments within your temple. This is why your body parts do matter. The Ark of the Covenant, yes. Just like the cherubim protected the Ark of the Covenant, your cherubim protects your brain. Okay? So, I'm going to bring up fivefold ministry. Hey, what's going on? How you doing? Guess not. Guess not. Thank you, friend. You're correct about the right side and the meditation. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Yeah, no, this is some real stuff. This really happens. This whole process goes on within your body. Okay. So when we look at this, you begin to realize and understand. All right. How is one born again? We have to be born from heaven above. All right. You're trying to understand a mind that you will never have? You sure about that? How do you access your spiritual ears and eyes? You have to start understanding things from a spiritual lens. So let's take the water that Jesus speaks about. The water, he says, out of your belly shall flow rivers of living water. That water is the Holy Spirit. Okay? All right. Your body is the temple. There's multiple things going on within Scripture, okay? Let's talk about the pearl of great price, for instance, okay? The pearl of great price. A man takes everything and he sells all that he thinks he knows, and he buys a pearl of great price. What is that pearl of great price? Jesus says it's likened unto the kingdom of heaven. If the pearl of great price is likened unto the kingdom of heaven, what does that mean? That pearl is the kingdom of heaven. What this man is doing by selling everything, he's selling his religion. He's selling what he thinks he knows. He's selling everything that he ever thought. And he's buying this pearl because this pearl that he has is the kingdom of heaven. This is why in Matthew 7:6, it says, you do not cast your pearls to swine. Because who's swine? What is swine? Why is it that the prodigal son actually slept with the swine? He slept in the mire of the mud before he came back to his father. It's a representation of religion. The religious mind is of the swine. The spiritual mind, the spiritual understanding, the spiritual ears, the spiritual eyes is of the Father. It's of that pearl of great price. Right? When you look at this and where you understand this, all right, what ends up happening now, you can begin to understand the story of Legion. You see, in the story of Legion in Mark chapter 5 and Matthew chapter 8, when Jesus goes to the island of the Gergesenes, what ends up happening is there's a man that's in the mountains, and he's among the tombs. He's among the tombs of the dead. He's breaking out of chains, yet he's cutting himself with stones. What is this man? This is a representation of a dead man. Yet this dead man breaks out of his chains. He breaks out of his bondage. He breaks out of religion. Yet he cuts himself with the stones because he's still attached to the stone tablet commandments. He's still attached to religion. Finally, when he ends up coming to Christ and he sees Christ, what does he say? He says, Jesus, son of Nazareth, you come to torment us before the time. And Jesus says that he pretty much came to cast them out. So he tells them to go. When they go, the demons flee into pigs. The pigs that they flee into run off the mountain. Then the man is in his right mind. The man no longer cuts himself with stones. The man no longer dwells among the tombs of the dead. The man wants to go be with Christ. Because the representation of this very understanding is the religious man that is among the tombs, among the dead, trying to break out of religion, going to spirituality. Then he goes back to his own vomit. He goes back to his own religion. You see, Jesus and Peter said that as a dog would return to his vomit, so shall a fool return to his folly. As a pig would return to the wallow of the mire, so shall a fool return to his folly. This is a religious man that breaks out and goes spiritual, yet he goes back to his folly. He goes back to his religion. The pigs have to be cast out before the pearls can be given, because the pig is a representation of religion. Why do you think the man's name was Legion? Because he was going back and relearning what he thought he knew. Because it's a message of religion or religion. That's what the message is telling you. Now notice how the tormenting demons, 2,000 of them went into 2,000 pigs. Yet the demons were not tormented before the time. Because the demons would not be gotten rid of. They would not be taken care of, destroyed. The lower thoughts, the lower emotion, the lower mind. Until 2,000 years later. 2,000 years later, that's when they would be gotten rid of. That's why Jesus said in Matthew 7:6, he doesn't cast what's holy unto dogs. And he does not place his pearls before swine, lest they come and trample them underfoot. That's what religious people do. Because what they will do is they will trample them underfoot. Religious people will trample pearls underfoot. And what are the pearls? Jesus tells you in Matthew 13, verse 45 and 46, the kingdom of heaven is likened unto a man that sold everything that he had and bought a pearl of great price. Because the man is selling everything that he ever thought he knew. He's selling his religion. He's selling his indoctrination. He's selling everything. He's getting rid of the pigs. He's getting rid of the dogs. He's getting rid of it all because now he can actually come to a pure, undefiled relationship with God, which is the kingdom of heaven within you. That's why he tells you the mysteries of the kingdom, the secret, cryptic, hidden message of the kingdom of God has been given unto his disciples, not the common folk. That's why you have to have eyes to see and ears to hear. You will not hear or you will not see until this happens. What's going on, MJ Stover? How you doing?
Hey, good, man. How are you?
Not too bad. What's up, man?
I just have a lot of questions, to be honest.
Oh,
I'm
snap. Okay.
trying
All
to.
right. Are you religious at all? Atheist? What's going on?
I don't really like the word religious, but I do believe that. I do believe in Jesus, I would say. But I have a problem with a lot of organized religion.
Okay. Let's talk.
Okay.
What do you
So
got?
I have a hard time figuring out what you mean when you talk between, like, spiritualness and the physical. I think you said that you don't believe we have souls or a spirit. Did I get that right?
Science has never been able to prove spirit, but they have been able to prove photons. All right. And photons are non physical light particles that manifest into the physical. That's why Jesus says, "You are the light of the world."
Mm-hmm.
That's the supernatural part of our being that actually exists out of space, time, and matter. That's the part that he was speaking to within us. He wasn't speaking to our flesh. He was speaking to the photon, to the light within us. All right. That's why he said the kingdom of heaven is within you.
So, like the photons,
Mm-hmm.
are we talking about them just on like a scientific definition of like what a photon is?
Yeah, so basically what I'm trying to say here is this, is that the words of Christ, the words of the Bible, science, spiritualism, it all connects, okay? It all
Okay.
it all connects together. You see, they tried to separate us from it. But the truth is everything actually has a connection point. So for instance, okay, the photon actually has a frequency or a pitch to it, okay?
Sure.
And this frequency or pitch is like a sound wave, okay?
Yeah, the vibration, yeah.
Right. So check this out. Now we're going to make sense of Genesis chapter 1. It says, "In the beginning, Elohim said, light be," okay? Light be. So the photon is light, God is light, according to 1 John 1:5. And then on top of that, photons are light particles that manifest in sound waves. So now it makes sense how the Elohim said, "Light be." Because the Elohim, what they did was, or the gods, or the light, it manifested from non physical into the physical, which is exactly what we did. We manifested from non physical into physical.
Sure.
All right? That's why it says in the book of Jude that the angels left their first estate to come into the second. That's why it says in Genesis 6, the sons of God mated with the daughters of Cain and created the offspring of the Nephilim. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
What happened is we forgot. We forgot what we thought we knew. What actually ended up occurring with us, we moved into a lower state of consciousness because we started making everything physical, where Jesus tells us everything is spiritual. He says the words I speak are spirit and truth. Because God is spirit. Right?
So, do you think that there was an Elohim that was some embodiment of a mind, of whatever we want to call it, that made light bring beings into existence? Or are you saying that just light itself or something. Do you know what I mean? Like, are you saying that there's something that made these light particles come into existence, or no?
It's us. That's what I'm saying. It's us. You see, Paul tells us in Colossians 1, God is in all, above all, and through all. Numbers chapter 23 tells us that God is not a man that he should lie. Because God is consciousness. God is in the trees. He's in the animals. He's in the grass. He's in the fields. He's in us. There's lower states and there's higher states of consciousness. It's all consciousness.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that.
Yes.
So, like, when the Bible talks about angels and spirits or fallen angels or any of these things, they're just metaphysical explanations for what has happened to us as human beings.
Yes. Okay. So let's talk about angels. Angels of light. Angels of light. Okay. Let's go ahead and connect a couple of dots here. Remember how I told you science connects with spiritualism? Religion?
Sure. Yeah.
This whole Bible connects with science. So let's take this for instance. In the book of Revelation, you have a point in Revelation chapter 1 where it says the Son of Man stands among the 7 golden candlesticks.
Yeah.
But those 7 golden candlesticks have 7 stars or angels over them, or angels. Okay? Angels are angels. Now, you have angels of God, and God is light, angels of light, or angels of light. Okay? Now, notice how I said there were 7 angels. All right?
Yeah.
Because the angels are also the 7 angles. And what do I mean by this? When white light fractures off into this world, it creates 7 different colors of light, which is the rainbow. All right? The rainbow color. This is why in Revelation it says there's a rainbow around the throne of God. All right? This is why in Ezekiel chapter 10, verse 1, it says that in the firmament there's a sapphire stone, and it's likened unto the throne. Okay? Because the sapphire stone, remember, the kingdom of heaven's within you. If the kingdom of heaven's within you, and the prophets were given the same message as Christ, the sapphire stone is this. Okay? That's why if there's a rainbow around the throne, and the sapphire stone was likened unto the throne with the rainbow around it, because this is the throne. But there's a rainbow around it. All right? And check this out. Just like when white light, it hits the fracture of this world, of this cosmos. It creates 7 different colors of light. What happens is Jesus says that if an eye be single, thy body shall be full of light. When white light hits this light within our body, it creates a rainbow within our body. All right? Are you with me?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Isn't this crazy? Check this out, though. This is why we're called human. All right? Human. Hue, H-U-E, spectrum of color. We're a light man. Okay?
Yeah.
What happens is we have to raise our frequencies. This is why my logo's a rainbow, man. This is why. Because the throne is likened unto a sapphire stone, the pineal. When the white light through the meditation hits the pineal gland, just like when white light fractures off into the world, it creates the 7 different colors of light, which is the rainbow colors. All right? Which is why when Noah got out of his ark, he saw a rainbow. Which is why in Ezekiel it says there's a rainbow. Which is why in Revelation it says there's a rainbow. Because this rainbow happens within us. It's all a reflection from the macrocosm to the micro. All right? Check this out. All right? Bible says this. All right? Bible tells us that there's manna that comes down from heaven. What the heck is this manna that comes down from heaven? Because Jesus makes it clear the kingdom of heaven is within you, right?
Right.
So what's the manna? The manna is the galactose, or the brain sugar, that comes down and feeds your body. All right? Galactose, or this brain sugar, it's like a milky substance. This milky substance, this manna that the Israelites... I'll get into who Israel is here in a minute. But the Israelites, what they had, it was this brain sugar, this galactose. Okay? It was what fed them, what made them more intelligent. what brought their mind to recognition. But check this: as above, so below. All right. Jesus says, "On earth as it is in heaven." What is in the microcosm is in the macrocosm. So now this milky, sugary substance that even God told Moses that he was going to take the people flowing with the land of milk and honey is in our body, yet it's in the macrocosm as well. We're under the Milky Way galaxy. The milky, sugary galactose that produces in our body is a reflection of the Milky Way galaxy out in our solar system, in other words. All right? So everything has a reflection of itself, pretty much. But my entire message is this, is to let people know straight up. Jesus told you the kingdom of heaven was within you. He said it's not outside you. Stop looking on the outside of you. He tells you straight up here that he gave the cryptic, mystery, secret message. You can go look at this in the Greek, this word mystery. It means cryptic or secret. The secrets of the kingdom of heaven to his disciples. Yet to the outer folk he spoke in parables. They can't understand it. Jesus, and I'm going to tell you this straight up, man. Jesus was speaking about quantum physics. He was speaking on such a higher level than anyone could comprehend except those who were initiated into the inner mysteries and secrets. He was speaking of the body. He was speaking of this tabernacle, this temple. He was speaking on a quantum physics level. That's what he was speaking about.
So I totally believe a lot of the things that you're saying in terms of the interconnectivity between science and the Bible, and a lot of the stuff that you're saying, I agree with, but I feel like there's an element of the stories that is purely physical that we're ignoring. Like the story when you're talking about manna that came to the Israelites, there's a spiritual message there, but there was, according to the story in the Bible, manna actually did come to them for them to eat and survive in the desert. And like Jesus definitely talked about heaven and himself being in you through the Holy Spirit, but he definitely talked about heaven as being a physical place. When he died on the cross and was talking to the two guys that were crucified next to him, he told them that tonight they would be dining in heaven. And I don't think he meant like in some metaphysical sense that they would all become light particles together. I think he meant that they would be together in heaven. And if heaven's not a real place, then a lot of the stuff in the Bible doesn't really make any sense purely on a metaphysical level.
Yeah, so Jesus, actually Paul tells you in Galatians 4, he tells you the story of Sinai, Hagar, Abram, Zion. All these stories are allegories, right? It's an allegory to teach you a higher revelation of truth about a message that Mount Zion is a representation of the flesh, and Mount Zion, or the heavenly Jerusalem, is a message of spirit. All right.
So you don't think the stories in the Bible actually took place, that they're all allegories essentially made up to teach us lessons about humanity versus real historical events?
So here's the thing. Even if they were, it doesn't matter if they did or not, because the story is much greater than what people are realizing.
Well,
It's about
the story is definitely great. It's the greatest story there is. But I feel like that to divide it from physical history is not what the Bible is. The Bible is, I mean, the Bible's definitely a historical text, and there's,
no, it's
yeah,
not.
it
No, it's not.
definitely is.
No,
And it
it's not.
has,
No, here's the thing. Tel Aviv University professors, they went on a search for about 200 years and tried to find things that were real in the Bible. They couldn't find anything. All right? It's not.
In
right?
terms of the Old Testament or Jesus, or what do you mean?
In terms of the Old Testament, in terms of manna literally coming out of the sky from heaven.
Well,
It's not
sure, we can't go back now and physically find what the Israelites, when they were starving in the desert, ate on the ground. I can definitely concede that. But the way historical,
what about the bones? There should be about 1 million bones out in the Sinai Peninsula desert. Yet we didn't find any.
well, bones in terms of the climate that it requires for finding bones is very difficult. And I'm sure they have found tons of bones in the Middle East all over the place. I don't know. I mean, I'm definitely not an archaeologist, so I can't speak to the physical evidence that has been found, but I know that there's a lot of it.
Basically, this is what I'm trying to get at, and what Paul was trying to tell people. It doesn't matter, all right? Paul told you it was all allegory, all right? He tells Timothy in the second epistle that the Jews believe in fables, all right? It's talking about nothing of this nature. Israel is not a literal people. Israel is actually a kingdom within message. Actually, Israel comes from the Trinity of Isis, Ra, and El. It's the Trinity of the Father, Mother, and children. All right. It is
The definition,
what?
but the definition in Hebrew, when they came up with the name of Israel for the Jewish people, is he who wrestles with the Lord. That's where the word Israel comes from.
With God. He who wrestles with God. But
Right.
Notice what happens to Jacob. Jacob, when he wrestles with God, his name no longer is Jacob. It becomes Israel. Why?
Yes, that's basically the story of how the tribe of Israel got its name, Israel.
But why? Why was it named? Why was he named Israel? And then on top of that, why does it say he saw God face to face and he named the place Peniel?
I don't know which part you're saying he met God face to face. I know he wrestled. It says that he wrestled with God all through the night. I'd have to read the exact passage again to see if it says that he actually wrestled with God or...
It does. Genesis 32.
So, yeah, the whole idea of him wrestling with God is pretty ridiculous in and of itself.
It's because he didn't wrestle God. He wrestled his flesh. That was the entire point. He was wrestling his flesh. It was him. He didn't wrestle a literal physical angel. All right. So what ends up
He was
happening?
probably wrestling himself, you're saying.
That's because
Mentally.
he was getting ready to go see his brother Esau that he didn't see for 21 years, and he thought his brother was going to unalive him because the last time he seen his brother 21 years before that, he tricked his brother. All right. It's all a mental story. It's a story between the flesh and spirit.
Isn't there a part in the story where he gets physically wounded?
It says that his hip was misaligned. It's because he's putting off his lower nature and he's raising up in his higher. All right. That's why it says when he sees God face to face, he names the place Peniel. That's why Jesus says that if thine eye be single, thy body shall be full of light. That's why Ezekiel says that the throne is like a sapphire stone. All right. That's why the Bible says our God is a rock. All right.
So my last question, I guess, is who do you think Jesus was, I guess? Was he who he was claiming to be, or was he like what is your interpretation of who Jesus was?
Jesus brought us, he came to wake the people up. He was of a higher conscious evolution and understanding. He was of a higher message, but it wasn't his flesh that did it. It was the Spirit within him. He said, I can do nothing of my own volition. He said, it's the Father that gives me the power to do the things I can do. He says, it's the words that I speak that matter, not his flesh. Paul even tells you in 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 16, therefore, though we knew Christ after the flesh, we know him no longer after the flesh. We know him after the Spirit. Okay?
So, when he's claiming to be God, you think that is Jesus telling us to come to the realization that we're all God versus that he is the Son of God, him specifically?
Absolutely. He says that he came to free his brothers and sisters. All right? He came to free his brothers and sisters. It says, he actually says that you'll be able to do greater works than I do. Because you remember how I said the photon actually goes back to Genesis 1, the Elohim? Because it never says it's the monotheistic God there at the beginning of the book. It says it's the gods, the Elohim. We all manifested into the physical reality of this world through the photon, through the light particle. We came down here. We forgot our memory.
So,
come back to the truth.
So we're the Elohim, you mean?
You got it. That's why Jesus says you are the light of the world. That light of the world he's speaking about is the photon.
Well, I gotta say, you definitely talk about stuff from an intelligent perspective, and I know that you definitely have an understanding of the Bible. I'm not there yet 100% seeing it the same exact way as you do. You probably have a better biblical knowledge than I do, probably, and I know a good bit about a Bible, so that's pretty impressive. So yeah, I'll keep listening to you, and I definitely need to look up a lot of this stuff in the Bible and see if the way I'm picturing it makes sense versus the way you're picturing it.
Mm-hmm. That's fine. That's fine, man. Ultimately, at the end of the day, what it is, it comes to recognition of waking up to who you are. That's what Jesus was showing. The main thing of this, and this is what I would tell you. All right, what's your name, by the way?
Mike.
Mike. All right, Mike. My name's Joshua, by the way. So what I would tell you, Mike, is this: when you read the Bible and you go back to the words of Jesus and you read them, check them out from when he says the kingdom is within you. Okay. When he says the kingdom of heaven, you see, he tells the religious leaders in Matthew 23, verse 13, woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, you hypocrites. You don't allow people to enter into the kingdom of heaven. Neither you go in yourself. All right. So now, what is that kingdom of heaven he's speaking about? Because he's saying that they're not allowing people to enter in. Is that a golden city up in the north, or is he talking about within themselves? Then when you have that perspective, take the idea of earth and heaven in the Bible and look at it as a way of earth being a representation of the lower nature in darkness and heaven being a representation of the higher. Because it's all within you. All right? And then
when I read the stories of Jesus and his I don't know, we'll call it escapades with the Pharisees and all of the religious leaders of the time, I've always looked at it as a criticism of their own behavior compared to what, they were teaching the people, that they were essentially hypocrites with what they were saying because they didn't actually follow their own words, in that they put themselves above the people instead of not being of the people, and that they were not really practicing any of the things that God originally intended for them to be practicing.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and look at this, all right? Because when Jesus was talking, he was talking. You got to understand this, man. That you see, Jesus told the religious leaders their father was the devil. Okay. Told them their father was the devil in John 8:44. But why? Because if you think it's morally right for someone to be unalive for picking up sticks on a Sabbath day, or for killing all the men, women, and children within a certain society, or whatever the case may be. Jesus is basically getting at that, guys, if you think that God did all this unaliving, then your God is the devil. Your father is the devil. All right? What ends up happening now with this understanding and this realization, what you begin to see now is that everything comes to the forefront of a misalignment with them trying to see things with physical eyes, when the whole Bible was supposed to be something spiritual with inside. Okay? I want you to think I want you to think about something. Jesus says to the Samaritan woman at the well, God is spirit. They that worship him
Hey,
worship.
buddy, I'm sorry. My wife has called me 3 times in a row. I'm not even hearing what you're saying. I will definitely be back and talk to you
No
again.
worries, Mike. Sounds good, Mike.
All right.
Bless you, man. Have an awesome day,
Yep.
brother.
Thanks, buddy.
Absolutely,
Yep.
brother. Have a good one. Yeah. Yeah, no, he's a good dude. I enjoyed that talk with him. Absolutely. Hope all is well today, Tyler. Bless you, brother. Okay. What's going on, Eighth Way? How you doing?
What's up, man? Oh, shit. Hang on.
What
Can you hear me okay?
about? Yeah, I can hear you. What's up, man? What do you want to talk about?
Well, let me... All right, can you still hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, sorry. Let's connect to my car's Bluetooth. First of all, I'm not worthy. I've been listening to you for a few days now and trying to I used to be an atheist, and I'm coming to religion now, and I've been reading the Bible, but obviously I've been reading it wrong. But
you've been listening, you've been seeing how to look at it now and stuff?
yes.
Beautiful, man. Beautiful.
And things are actually starting to make sense on a deeper level. But I have so many questions.
Yeah. What's up, man? First off, what's your name and how old are you, man?
I'm Jake. I'm 40 and I'm 6'5". I used to do mixed martial arts too. I heard you talking about kicking that dude in the head and praying for him the other day.
Yeah, man, definitely.
But I don't know how to turn my camera on in here, otherwise I would. Oh, let me see.
We could definitely relate, man. Definitely. I'm not 6'5". I'm 6'3" myself, but I've been in martial arts for over 20 years of my life. So my name's Josh, by the way.
Oh, nice. Yeah, my brother's name is Josh. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, man. Absolutely.
So what do you? Okay, I don't know. I don't know if I should start too weird on that. What have you looked into, like the Devil's Tower as a tree stump and all the weird shit like that?
Oh, absolutely. The Devil's Power is like a tree stump and all.
No, the Devil's Tower in South Dakota. I
haven't. No, actually.
Yeah, I've been kind of going on this kick lately. There are all these like great tree stumps all over the earth, and they're saying like the Devil's Tower is a tree stump, and they did ground penetrating radar and found the root system is like 6 miles wide and 3 miles deep, and there were, in the Book of Enoch says there were like 200 great trees on the earth in those days. And the weirdest one is it's in New Mexico or Arizona. It's called Momo's Wing, and it looks like it looks like one of those giant tree stumps, but the axe is still laying on it.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. And then, what do you think about flat Earth and the firmament and all that?
You know, man, when we talk about flat Earth and the whole nature of all this, even in the Bible, in the book of Genesis, okay, let's go back to Genesis, all right?
Okay.
Because it says that God built the firmament and he divided the waters from above from the waters below. Okay.
Yes.
Let's put it this way. It's not talking about the earth. It's talking about you. And I'm going to show you why.
Okay.
Because it says that the firmament in the Bible actually separates the waters above from the waters below. Now, what are these waters? And Jesus always tells us to look at things in the spiritual lens, all right?
Okay.
So he says the kingdom of heaven is within you, okay? And multiple times throughout the Bible, if he says the kingdom of heaven is likened unto a field, okay? It's a field. Okay, so if earth and heaven is within us, then in Genesis chapter 1, when it's talking about in the firmaments of the heavenly Heaven's up here, remember.
Yeah.
In the firmaments of the heaven, there is water above and water below. And the firmaments were opened during the days of Noah. Okay?
Yep.
So what is this talking about? First off, even according to all Kabbalistic circles, pretty much, if you look at everything in an esoteric lens, the firmament is a representation of the skull. Okay?
Okay.
It's a representation of this body, in other words. This is why when it says that Jesus was crucified on a cross at 33 and a half years old between two thieves, and next thing you know, there was a splitting, and it happened on the skull of Golgotha and all this. Have you heard about what I said about this?
Yes.
About 33 vertebrae in your body, halfway point, skull Golgotha. When the skull Golgotha is crucified, the two thieves are crucified. The two thieves are your two eyes. Like all this stuff, it happens within our body. Paul tells us this as well.
So what? So are you talking on a level like how do you put that into practical reality? Like, are you talking like semen retention and the 33? You know what I mean? And the Christos oil, or like? Yeah.
No, absolutely. The entire book of Revelation is a book about sex. It's about cosmological sex.
What is that guy Allegro that he read the Dead Sea Scrolls and wrote the book The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross or something?
Yep. About the Cyabian mushroom, I think it was.
The psilocybin.
Yes, it's
called something different. Psilocybin's what's them? Yeah.
It's the Amascara.
Amosquita muscaria.
That's the mushroom he was speaking about. So let's put it this way, man. Let's put it this way. I've done mushrooms before. All right.
Totally. I've done a lot. Yeah.
And I thought I was going to have a higher revelation than what I got and stuff. Dude, when I was on mushrooms, I can't say that. I can't let. Yeah, when I was on, I don't know what else to call them at this point, man. When I was on that manna, let's put it this way. When I was on that manna, all right, what ended up happening is I was hanging out with my dad and my brother, and I was thinking about things. I was thinking about my entire life and like reincarnation and all this stuff. But one thing I noticed after I got off of it, I was like, I have all these damn thoughts still. I might as well be on mushrooms right now. Or man, right now, man. Seriously. Because all the thoughts I had in that psychedelic state is all the thoughts I have now.
Yeah. I tried DMT once too, and I've done acid a few times. And
yeah, let's try to be careful with our words, man.
Yeah, I've never done this before. You gotta like make sure you don't talk about certain things so you don't get kicked off or something.
Yeah, man.
So how do you put everything you know into use in your life? Like what do you do exactly?
Yeah. For entertainment purposes only, everyone. All right. So
yeah, there you go.
So thanks, Eric. Appreciate it, man. So basically what happens with putting this into practical use, what happens now is I'm not scared of a place called hell, of eternal torment. I know hell's within me. Yes. I know you have to go through tribulation in your own life to get to the kingdom of heaven. And man, believe me, I've been through some damn tribulation in my life.
Me too. Yeah.
So you can relate on that level. And here's the thing. Jesus says, many are called, few are chosen. I honestly believe those who go through the tribulation, those are the ones that wake up. Those are the ones. And what happens now, the way we relate this to our body, or even like our reality of this world, we got manifestation, your tongue gives life or death. We are the word made flesh because we are sound wave, we are frequency, we are light, all placed into this body.
Yeah.
Right? And then on top of that, now you can understand why miracles happen. They're not miracles. It's not supernatural. It's electromagnetism. That's what it is. Your heart is a crystal. My buddy Tyler Pleroma, he told me that your bones are a crystalline structure. The pineal gland is a crystalline structure. So now it all makes sense why it's a crystal city that God is always speaking about. All right?
So when everybody says that like fluoride calcifies your pineal gland and all that, I mean, what do you think about all that?
Oh,
Or
that's real. Yeah.
it is? Okay.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
So
absolutely.
do you practice semen retention and all that, or how do you activate your pineal gland? Like what do you?
Dude, I had a damn wake up out of nowhere, it seemed like. All right. I woke up out of nowhere, man. I can't see anything differently now. I read the Bible, dude, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm gatekeeping a lot of the information that I know right now. Like
Yeah, I heard you talking about the mystery schools and casting casting pearls to swine, and I get it. You know,
yeah,
that's what I'm
yeah.
worried about when I hear you talking. I'm like, oh my god, so many people are never gonna get this. You know,
But check it out, dude. Check what Jesus said. He said, "Look, who hath ears to hear, let him hear." And the disciples came and said unto him, "Why speakest thou unto them in parables?"
yeah,
He answered and said unto them, "Because it is given unto you to know the mysteries, the secret, cryptic, hidden message of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it is not given." Check this out. "Therefore speak I to them in parables, because they seeing see not, and hearing they hear not, neither do they understand." You can't see it with physical eyes. That's the entire point.
yeah. How did you start coming to this great understanding? I heard a good line the other day that he says, "I come to you as gold in the fire, because you can't come to this great understanding without tribulation."
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's in Revelation. You have to go through tribulation in your life to come to this understanding.
How do I know I'm on the right path? Like how should I be looking at it? I mean, I'm looking for some advice here. I'm not sure, you know.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So one thing you got to understand, you're going to go through your dark night of the soul, all right? But the very fact that you're questioning this stuff and you're already seeing it, you're already on the right path, man.
Oh, all right. Well, then, thank you.
Most people would sit here and say, "Oh, I can't deal with this bullshit. I'm going to get off this app now," or whatever. It's like, you didn't even give me a chance to explain it. At least you came up here and wanted to have a good conversation about it.
Yeah. I'm endlessly curious, man. I literally spend all my time researching weird shit, and right now I guess I'll just say it, but I overdosed on fentanyl a few years ago. I'm 3 years sober now, and I had a wild experience when I died. I'm not sure, but it made me realize that there's something else, and all this is God is real, you know.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to find my way now, but I'm not sure where to start. I've been kind of stumbling through the dark, you know.
Dude, I'll tell you what. Have you read the Bible? Have you read the words of Christ?
I just finished Matthew, and then I'm on to the next one. I haven't really read much of the Old Testament, but I got a King James, and then I got a paraphrase Bible, the red letter paraphrase Bible, and I'm
Beautiful. Okay. Yeah, because there's some really. So one thing I would tell you is this, man. This is the best way that I would say look at it. First off, skip to the Gospel of John. All right, John's going to be the best route to go at this point.
okay.
Secondly, what I would say is this: when you look at heaven and earth, remember we just read this in Matthew, and you just read Matthew. Yet you probably looked over this, and don't worry, dude.
Yeah.
I've read this 100 times, and it took me 100 times to get the damn message. So what ends up happening is, when Jesus is talking about heaven and earth, don't look at heaven and earth from your outside physical eyes, because your eyes will tell you lies. All right?
Yeah.
Look at heaven as the mind and the upper understanding, and the earth as your lower consciousness or your lower nature. Okay?
Okay.
You see, when we look at it from this way, dude, you're going to be you're going to be way ahead if you look at it this way. I'm telling you right now.
Okay.
Seriously.
I subscribe to your YouTube channel too, and I've been watching some of your stuff on there.
Oh, nice, man. Have you seen the cosmological revelation at all?
No. I actually just started it last night, but I fell asleep. So I'm sorry.
I'm that boring, man. My God.
No. I mean, I was really tired, and my wife got mad. She's like, "Why are you trying to watch serious stuff before we go to bed?" I'm like, "Well, I don't want to learn about this stuff, you know." And I just started praying recently, and it seems like, I mean, I don't know how to pray really, or if I'm doing it right, you know what I mean? But I try, and I just try to talk to God like he's an intelligent person and say how I feel and how whatever. And and I've been praying and like asking for understanding or to find somebody that could help me understand things, and almost immediately after that I open TikTok and you're on there talking, saying all this stuff, and I'm like, oh my god, you know, it seems like it was meant to be or something.
Yeah, no, that's awesome, man. Dude, you're welcome anytime to have a talk. And
Okay.
at the end of the day, man, if you look at it like this, you're gonna be 8 years ahead of me, dude. At this
Yeah.
point,
Okay.
I'm serious, man. You're gonna be able to pick the stuff up like that if you look at heaven as a representation of the upper mind, earth as a lower.
Yeah, ever since just hearing you talk about it the few times I have, it's completely changed how I've been reading it. I'm like, oh, that's what this means. That's, you know, I mean, it's crazy, man. I heard you talk about starting a mystery school too. I thought that was very interesting. Like,
Yeah. Me and a couple of my friends are in talks about that right now and
how
stuff.
did you find other people that know this stuff too, or did you enlighten them, or what?
Let's put it this way: one of them's on here right now, and we've never really had our bumps and bruises along the way. He's always been a good guy, as it is, and I've known him for about 4 years now on this app, and there's another guy as well, and we're in the process right now of looking at some stuff and everything, but God's will be done, man. At the end of the day.
So I hope this isn't too personal. How do you pray? Like, what? Or can you give me some pointers, or what? Like, what kind of things do you do? You know, or
Yeah. So first of all, I'm always praying, man. Like,
all right.
and what I mean by that, I'm not closing my eyes.
But before that, do you have to pray out loud, or can you pray in your head? That's another weird one I think about.
God would rather have you pray in your head. He already knows what you're gonna say. All right.
Okay.
He already knows. Yeah.
And then do you clasp your hands, or do you put your hands up in the air, or how do you do it?
No. Just act like it's a normal day, man. Let me ask you this, man. Your mind has been on these things constantly, right?
Yeah.
You're in prayer.
Really? Okay.
You're in prayer, man.
I feel like that. I feel like
Paul tells you in the Bible, he says, I pray without ceasing. It's like, how the hell do I pray without ceasing? How do you pray without ceasing, Paul?
Yeah.
It's because his mind is constantly on those things, the thoughts, his meditation, everything. Okay.
Yeah, I'm constantly talking to myself in my head, and I just assume. I mean, there's a couple things you said that made me realize that it's fine to pray in my head, you know. But I just wanted to ask out loud.
Yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely.
So do you just talk to him like a person, or do you ask for things, or what do you do?
So, dude, honestly, I just go on about my day. I just get revelations all the time, man. I don't know how else to really say it. I don't sit here and throw praise and worship music on and sit there and do all that. I don't do any of that, man. I just go throughout my day. I have my thoughts. I have my understanding on things, and that's just the way I do it. Because about 8-9 years ago, I used to throw worship music on. I used to pray and like for 45 minutes, man, in my room. I would sit at my bedside for 45 minutes and pray and ask God to come to me, and I would get dreams and visions for like a full year. Like every single day for a full year.
Really?
And stuff, man. But I don't seek any of that stuff anymore, man. I don't care about that stuff. What I really want to show people is that just because you have a damn dream or a vision, or because you lay your hands on someone and you pray for it doesn't matter. All right? It doesn't matter. We all have the same abilities. All right?
So do you believe in healings and all that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, I can tell you what healings are.
Yeah, please do.
We're electromagnetic beings, man. So when someone lays their hands on you, the frequency that's going into your body is something that's aligning with their frequency. So when both of your frequencies are aligning, there's healing that happens in your body. Because remember, in our body, we are photons. We are light particles. All right.
Okay.
It's a frequency. It's a pitch. All right. So what happens is in you, there's something that holds you together, which you have your light within you, then you have the flesh, But in order to bring the flesh back into alignment, it's the frequency that flows throughout your body. Haven't you heard of people like being healed from like sound waves and different
Yeah.
things like that?
Yeah.
Dude. This is what it is. It's
Yeah,
awesome.
the healing frequencies and everything. I actually make music too. I mean, I play guitar and piano a little bit. And I mean, I don't do it much anymore. I used to a lot, but
You need to get back into playing guitar, man. I got my guitar right here. So
yeah, I miss it. My wife was actually just telling me she thinks it's sad that I don't sit and play guitar for our kids and stuff. And I'm like, oh, it would be kind of fun. I want to do that.
I think you should, man. I think you should get back into playing guitar. What's going on, Tyler?
Hey, I just want to say one quick thing. The question on how should you pray and stuff. If you hold your breath, you'll realize that the thoughts go away, like the intrusive thoughts. When you hold, no, I'm not saying to hold your breath all day, but when you if you hold your breath, the thoughts, it's very interesting because you think of the breath, all right, the Ruach HaKodesh is the breath of God. He breathed, into man, the breath of life. So it's just interesting that when you hold your breath, the thoughts will go away. Like you can introduce thoughts into your mind, but they don't just come in like they normally do when you're holding your breath. It's really interesting.
I actually appreciate that advice. I do have intrusive thoughts I've been trying to deal with for a while now.
Yeah.
And I do kind of intuitively hold my breath.
Let's put it that way. No one's perfect here, okay?
No.
Let's put it that way, all right? Sometimes what has to happen, you have to go through your dark night of the soul, all right? You have to.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is this, is that we're all human beings, okay? We're all human beings. I mean, we were told that, you better not go to the bar and drink. You're going to go to hell. You better not do this. You're going to go to hell. It's like, dude, are you freaking kidding me? Jesus hung out with the drunks. He hung out with the prostitutes and the harlots and stuff.
Yeah.
So
I remember that line where he said, "I didn't come for he didn't come for the people that are already good. He came for the people that need help." You know.
Yeah, absolutely. Man. But dude, you should get back into playing your guitar, man. I've been playing mine and stuff. Dude, I had a headache earlier. I had a freaking migraine from hell. I pick up my guitar and I just start playing some pentatonic scales and a couple other things.
Yeah.
And my headache goes away like after 2 minutes.
Really?
Yeah, you get in the flow state. Yeah. Time will disappear. If you're playing, I play the drums. When you're playing music, you will get in what's called the flow state, which is also another form of meditation. And you will realize maybe after, let's say, half an hour goes by, you're like, wait a second, time didn't exist. Nothing existed except for what I was just doing. It's a form of meditation. Like Melchizedek, the holy city of Melchizedek, Salem, I think it is, the holy city of righteousness, king of righteousness. His only rule was, if you're going to be in the city, I'm going to give you a musical instrument, and you just got to practice it all day. That's all you got to do. I'm going to give you a house, I'm going to give you a garment, and you just got to practice music.
Yep, yeah. Drumballo Melchizedek, in the Secret Flower of the Book of Life, he wrote a book. He actually talks about how he went into a little town. He had a band, and all he would do is meditate pretty much all day and play his music.
Oh, he talks about it too? That guy?
Drumballo Melchizedek, yeah. I read that.
Yeah, that's in the actual book of Melchizedek that was found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. The full book of Melchizedek found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Wow. It's a really good book, actually. It's a really, really good.
Well, let's even look at like when Joshua and the priests, they walk around the walls of Jericho. I mean, they're told by God, don't even touch it. They take their ram's horns and they blow their ram's horns, walking around 7 times, because the 7 times is a representation of rising up in the 7 chakras. All right. And when the walls come down, that's when you will meet God face to face, and you'll be able to take care of the enemy. That's why it's the reason why it's trumpets. It's frequency. It's sound that does it. All right. It's just beautiful, man. When you really look at everything.
No, it is.
Yeah. You've seen those bowls? They're like healing bowls. You can stand in it, or big gong or anything like that. You'll hit that vibration. A baby will be teething, crying. You hit a big bowl over their head, not on their head, like over
I saw that. It was amazing.
Oh, It's great.
Yeah, he just rung a little bell by the crying baby's head, and he immediately stopped crying and looked like he was completely at peace.
Incredible, right?
One of the rabbit holes I went down was during World War II, they destroyed all the bells in Europe.
So,
And I think,
You wanna know
I'm like,
why?
you hear these bells healing frequencies they used to play across a whole town and kind of help everybody, or you know what I mean?
yeah, watch how evil this is. Now, this is for entertainment purposes only, you know, just be careful.
Yeah.
But they said that they destroyed all the bells, or, you know, it could have accidentally happened or something. We don't know. Because they needed more metal for the freaking
Weapons.
well, yeah, I don't know. Okay, yes, sure, fine. And then, you know what I'm saying. So think about that, right? And then what's crazy is, if you look during World War II, right around that time when they said they melted them all down, they down all the mines.
Oh, you cut out for a second. Sorry, say that again. The last part.
They closed down. They closed all the mines in America. Yeah, they closed the mines, but the only mine they left open were gold mines.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see what you're saying.
They closed them down, so they melted. It's pretty wild. And
So
then
that's part of the satanic plan, or what? I mean, sorry,
it's some sort of conversion. I don't know. They did the that's why we have those steel pennies. There's only a couple years where they made pennies in steel instead of the copper and zinc combination.
Yep.
Because they ran out of all this metal. So it was like they knew these bells were good. So there's something weird. There's something up that happened.
Yeah.
And that's why I think the little season is the truth. Like the devil must be loosed a little season.
Yeah.
To me, it seems like that's what happened. That's what's going on. You look at Tartaria and all the, the Tartarian Empire and all that stuff. And it just makes you think, like, what? How did they do all that?
Yeah, there's a guy that has a channel on YouTube called Our Melted Reality, and he just goes around and shows all these like melted castles and crazy shit all over the U.S. and all over the world. And I'm not sure. What do you think about shadow people and stuff, and like demons, and like what do you think they are? Like, what is that?
I think demons, if you look at like parasites and things that go in your body, I think those are demons.
I've been taking oregano oil the last 4 days, actually.
How's it taste when you burp it out?
It's really not bad. I mean, it just tastes like pizza or something, a little bit.
Yeah, man. So what I would tell you with demons, it's lower conscious thoughts. You see, because Paul even tells you, he says that we wrestle against the enmity of the mind. Okay.
Okay.
So he says your carnal mind is at enmity against God. Okay. And what you begin to see is that we don't wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, rulers of the darkness of this world, and spiritual wickedness in higher places. But that spiritual wickedness in higher places is the things that try to take over your thoughts, your mind. And sadly, this is what religion does to people. Okay? It's sad. It's freaking sad, dude. People
that line you just said, somebody told me to read the 1560 or the 1599 Geneva Bible. So the only thing I read in there was Revelation. For some reason, I was just kind of curious about Revelation that day. Or no, well, not Revelation. Maybe it did. I don't know. I'm probably getting it wrong. But that line, was that line in Revelation?
About wrestling flesh and blood? Is that the reason? That's Ephesians. Ephesians 6:12.
But in the Geneva Bible, it says against the worldly governors who are the princes of darkness in this world.
Against the worldly governors.
Yeah, it says we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, and then it says against the worldly governors who are the governors who are the princes of darkness in this world.
Yeah. So later, the prophets tell you, like in the book of Jeremiah, it says there's a governor that actually reigns within your midst, and you, whichever way you give that power to, they will take dominion. Okay?
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is that if Jesus says the kingdom's within you, and the governor that dwells in your midst, it's within you, in the midst of you, it's whatever power you give to, the light or darkness.
Okay. So, I heard an Indian. I grew up in North Dakota, and this old Indian guy told me we have a good wolf and a bad wolf on your shoulders, and whichever one you feed gets bigger. You know.
Yeah. No, that's definitely true, man. Absolutely, it's
I
whatever
try.
you feed.
I mean, I'm a good dude. I do everything I can to be positive. I mean, there's negative people around me. I try to put this all into practice. I'm trying to figure out what it means to put it into practice. You know, and I mean, I hopefully I'm on the right path. But I want the deeper understanding. I want to understand all these things. But I mean, sometimes I don't even know what the right question to ask is. You know.
Yeah, I know, man. Like when I was first studying this, I started studying the Bible about 9 years ago. All right, probably about 10 years ago. I started studying about 8 to 10 hours a day. All right, and I've memorized over 500 verses. I've done a lot of this stuff. Man.
Yeah, your memory is very impressive.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. It's not me, man. You know, I try to come on here and I try to give positive messages to people, seriously, because
Yeah.
a lot of stuff you find here on TikTok, man, it's 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 a bunch of religious dogma and garbage that a pastor has taught, and then people just go teach it themselves.
Yeah, since I started listening to you, when I scroll through my feed now, there'll be other lives popping up, but it'll say something like Jesus wasn't real, whatever, or I'm a biblically literate atheist or something like that, and they're on there arguing with people all day. I mean, I don't really watch them. You know, you're the only one I've actually been paying attention to because you seem to know what's going on.
I appreciate that, man. Yeah, you said you came from an atheist background, and
Yeah, when I was younger, I just had a terrible childhood, man, like the worst, and that kind of made me not believe. And then I had a friend that went to the U of M, and he invited me one night to go hear Richard Dawkins debate somebody at the U of M,
wait a minute, wait. Do you live in Michigan?
Minnesota.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought it was University of Michigan, man.
No,
That
no, U
was
of M,
crazy,
Minnesota.
man. Because I'm
But
from
yeah,
Michigan, so
and then I started listening to Dawkins and Christopher Hitchens and all, you know, and Sam Harris and all those people, and they kind of got me going super atheist and believing just in the physical and evolution and everything. And I think really it was I really believed in evolution at the time because these guys were way smarter than me, saying this is what it was, and I didn't know any better, you know.
yeah, of course, man. That's the way they get you.
Yeah, and then honestly, it's just what happened when I died for a little bit that changed everything, and I'm just like, oh my god, you know. Now I'm trying to just figure it out. I feel like I'm starting way late in the game, you know, at 40. But
Yeah, man, it's crazy. The thing is, you're not late in the game, especially if you're already at this point, dude, and you're able to have ears to hear and eyes to see this stuff, dude.
yeah,
I mean, this is it. Like I tell people all the time. All right, this is what I tell people. I say I'm not assuming anything. This is it. This is it.
yeah,
We're
yeah.
here.
When you said that, you were so confident about it. You're like, I promise you, this is it. And I'm like, all right, I believe you too because it makes perfect sense what you're saying.
Yeah, like there's no ifs, ands, but when you know, you know. That's all there is to it. And
Yeah, I heard when I was younger, and you know, I watched Zeitgeist, and they're talking about like the birth sequence of Christ, and all these other gods before him had the same birth sequence, and all things. There's just, you know, stuff like that led me away. So I mean, I've heard you say that it doesn't really matter, obviously, but like you think Jesus was a real person that was here, and all that, and these are all. I mean, what part of it do you take real in that? I mean, you know.
yeah, here's the thing. Jesus says that the words that I speak is what matters. It wasn't him, right? He said, I can do nothing of my own volition. So what we do is we lift this guy up that's in the flesh on a pedestal, and we sit here and say, oh, he's the hope of our salvation. When he sits there and tells you that pick up your own cross and die daily unto yourself. All right? So,
Yeah, I heard you say that. What does that mean exactly?
yeah, dude, to pick up your own cross, there's an entire function behind that. All right? An entire function behind that. And what that is Jesus dying at 33 and a half years old at a place called the Skull Golgotha. It's actually a hidden esoteric message trying to teach you about an inner reality of truth of how you pick up your cross. And the way we pick up our cross, just like Jesus died at 33 and a half years old at the place of the Skull Golgotha between two thieves, at the 33rd vertebrae of your body, going up the halfway mark, you die to self, you crucify your skull, which is the Skull Golgotha, or the cranium, and the two thieves that are crucified there on the Skull Golgotha, it's your eyes. It's your two eyes. That's what happens. So from that process, what actually ends up occurring, it's actually medically proven that in meditation, when your pineal gland secretes melatonin, it actually kills the cancer in your body, and your body fills with a white light. This was something that was proven at Washington State University by a professor named Marianne Wilson. All right.
Did you see that? It was like a electron microscope video of a sperm going into an egg, and all of a sudden there's a flash of light.
I knew about the Father of Lights. Yeah, because the Father of Lights is the process that happens when the conception takes place. That's called the Father of Lights. But what ends up happening here is that when we look at this in actual reality, I knew that was the process. I didn't know there was a damn video on it, though.
Yeah, there's like the sperm goes into an egg, and it looks like the whole egg lights up like a light for a second. It's crazy. Like you can look up the video on YouTube when you have a chance, you'll see it. I mean, and so like the physical world, getting too wrapped up in the physical world, your carnal nature, that's like more evil, and then being spiritual is being. I mean, I'm not sure what I'm trying to ask here.
Yeah. So let's put it this way, dude. You're gonna have thoughts. There's gonna be things that are gonna happen. At the end of the day, this life is not a race. It's a walk. Okay?
It's a what?
It's a walk. You don't have to run. You just have to walk it out. All right?
Yeah, I'm taking the food.
Yeah, and you can do a little bit of dancing while you're walking too on the way up the mountain. So, but let's put it this way, man. All right, everyone treats this as the Olympic Games. It's more like a lazy river. Yep, exactly.
I like that.
I heard that from someone, man. Yeah, a while back, and I told them I was going to steal it. Everyone treats this like the Olympic Games, like we're a bunch of gladiators that are getting ready to go at it.
Yeah.
But the truth is, it's more like a lazy river.
Yeah, I'm definitely appreciating things more and just taking my time to enjoy life and every little moment in it, and not getting frustrated about things and trying to make the second half of my life count.
Of course. I get that, man. I get that. Just do what you got to do, man. Just take it from there. Keep on learning, man. You have questions or anything? Come up here and talk to me. All right.
I will.
I have no problem with that. Also, if I don't know if you have a Facebook or
I do.
Okay, so you can join our group. It's called Sons of God Ministries Discussion Group, as it is. Okay. If you want to join that, in 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Sundays, that might be a little too early. What time is it over there for you, actually?
I've actually been getting up earlier lately. I used to be I'm not a morning person, but I've been waking up at like 7, 8 every day with my kids and doing my dad thing.
Nice, man, nice. So, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Sundays, we do something called Upper Room Talks, and we get in depth on those, man. We talk about some shit that would get us banned on here. Let's put it.
Really?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Oh my God, our discussion last week. Normally we put them up on YouTube under a playlist and stuff. Like after it was all said and done, someone asked me a question. They were like, "Hey, I got a question. Are we going to be able to put this up on YouTube?" I was like, "Oh God, no! Let's not do that. I will get banned automatically." Seriously. So we talk about some crazy stuff, man.
Okay, you know what? I'll be there.
Sounds good, brother. So. If you join the Facebook Sons of God Ministries discussion group, what you can do is this, all right? There's going to be a link that will be sent to you, like probably like 45 minutes to an hour before we actually start at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And you can click that, bam, it's going to bring you right in. So,
okay, awesome. I'll be there, man. I appreciate you talking to me. Thanks for answering my questions, dude. God bless you, Josh. You're awesome. And keep doing the good thing, man.
Absolutely, brother. God bless
I'll talk to you soon.
Jake, right? Jake, yep. All right, Jake. Appreciate it, brother. Have a good night,
man.
All right, brother.
Bye.
All right, bye. That was beautiful. Beautiful. Hey, Tyler, did you want to come up here, man? Did you get like a phone call or something? All right. All right. Artist, you're still looking at the Bible carnally. You're still looking at the Bible carnally. This is the problem. All right? This is the problem. You're still looking at it Stop looking at it carnally. Stop trying to see it with physical eyes. You're doing exactly the opposite of what Jesus said. Okay. Call him Barabbas. Call him Christ. Call him Sally Christ for all I care as it is. All right. Call him Sally. Call him Potato Chip. Doesn't matter. Okay. At the end of the day, if you're looking on the outside, you're not doing what he told you to do. Okay. All right. It's just. Artist is indoctrinated, doctored mind. Yeah, Sally Christ, potato chip, tomato. Does it really matter at this point? I mean, who cares? Seriously. All right? It's ridiculous. We get wrapped up in these names. Yeah, call him Huckleberry, Drea. Yeah, call him Huckleberry there. There you go. All right? Why do we get wrapped up on names? Seriously. It's like, I don't get it. I don't get it. All right? Arguing about names will just lead to your destruction. Yeah, exactly. When we put titles on things and stuff, in actual reality, if you're trying to worship a man that's outside of you, it's idolatry. All right? All right, Jesus told you he doesn't do anything except what the Father tells him to do, and it comes through the words. All right? So it's just crazy. It's crazy, man. Okay. All right. Who wants to come up here and have a discussion? Who wants to talk? Yeah, they're using nanotech to try to attack the inside of us. They're trying to unalive God. They can't do it. They're not going to be able to unalive God. All right? It can't happen. It's crazy. Matthew 23:16 commands not to give titles. Is there someone that's religious that wants to come up here and have a discussion? Do they want to talk? All right? By the way, hell isn't real. Yeah, they are doing it, but no, it won't succeed. Yeah, they can't do it. They're a bunch of idiots. They really are. You know, honestly, now that I think about it, they might really be the real, fallen angels of light. All right? They are the real fallen angels, if you catch my drift. All right? All right, does anyone want to come up here that's religious? Maybe they don't agree with me. Maybe they don't agree. Definition. Definition, do you want to come up? I bring you up here. Let's see. Grab the mic, Definition. But you are speaking truth, man, so how can we disagree with you? What's going on?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's going on, man?
No, I just been listening to a lot of what you're saying here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay. I don't know. I'm kind of just new to this whole TikTok thing, so I don't just want to make sure you're hearing me. But no, it's I came out of 4 decades of religious, background, and so everything that you're kind of saying, it's really what it is. People are in a deep sleep spell, and we start to look at the anagrams of words and the sleep spell. And so, so you have a lot of people that they have cognitive dissonance. People that will come on here, and they'll have mass cognitive dissonance. And I use the book now. I call it the Book of Cosmic Psychology, also known as the King James Bible. But I started to look for applications, of things that were actually happening. And so John 3:17 through 21 is a perfect application, ion, and even that suffix ion is in many words, which is interesting, of mass cognitive dissonance.
Hey, before we keep on going forward, because you said ion, Galilee means circuit, and it's a derivative for the word ion.
Yes. I mean, even that word circuit is actually in there. And if you look up current C's, the tell is in the spell, but you have C's in the currencies, and even in money, the merchants. That's why they in marketing they have merchants, they have merchants that continue to go in there. But yes, circuits, the King James Bible, it has electrical terms all throughout it, but they hide it. And so, but when you start to realize, and you realize no longer are paralyzed by the pairs of lies, you start to see it. And so you have less and less of that cognitive dissonance, that you have people that will come on here and they'll want to argue with you. The simple fact that they're arguing shows that the light of truth that you and I and other evangelists, the word angel is an evangelist, angles of light, is allowing to go into their heart drive. The simple fact that they're kicking against the pricks, just like Paul, who was Saul, on the road to Damascus, he had his mask taken off when the high noon, when his pineal gland.
Yep. So Damascus means the beginning of salvation. And
yes.
Epiphany.
So he took off his mask, the road unto Damascus. And so in of that there, that's where you find John 3:17 through 21, to where someone rejects the light. And it says, and this is the condemnation. And thing is, when you have a rubber glove on, you're not letting no light in and no light out, but light out, frequencies, ions, but yet there's still activity, just like an electrician. When they're in a box, and there's ions being exchanged, but nothing is going to go in and nothing is going to go out. The same thing when you're under condemnation, you have a hard heart. And that's why you see people reacting and not responding, because if someone has a clear conscience, and that word ear is in clear, it's also in heart, and the word ear is in heart, and an anagram of heart is earth, and the word ear is in earth. If someone has a clear heart and a clear conscience, what you're saying or what I'm saying wouldn't bother them. But because they experience Stockholm syndrome and trauma bonding, that is why they react, because they know you and I have the light. They want the light. Their subconscious is telling it, but they have been bewitched by the false god spells for possibly years, decades, as they decay each decade. And they're literally under a spell. And so therefore, there's nothing wrong with saying, hey, I was lied to. I came from a bad environment, so on and so forth. I was under raw religion. The sun god, the anagram of God is dog. Sun, S-O-N-S-U-N, sun god. So you have these things. The condemnation comes in when you reject that light. You reject that data.
Right. So you said something earlier. What's your name, by the way, man?
Eric.
Eric.
It's, Eric. It's and you find it in the book of Genesis, or is it the genes of Isis? See, we could go on talking about that there. That's why it's not Jenna Adam. It's not the genes of Adam. It's the genes of Isis. So nevertheless, in Genesis 10:10, you find the word, you find Eric there. I had my own kingdom, so I came back to take rule over it because I screwed up the last 100 times or whatever. So.
So when we look at like Isis or Genesis, Jesus tells us in Matthew 24 that the earth would give birth pains like a woman in labor. So clearly he's telling you the woman is the earth. He's telling you Uranus, the heavens, is the male, the earth is the female. We come together as earth and Yeah, earth and heaven, spirit and flesh. So now when we look at this, you also said something earlier about the merchants. The merchants. The merchants, it made me think about the merchant man that sold everything that he had, and he bought the pearl of great price.
Right. Yeah.
So, like, what's happening here is all this wordplay that's going on. He's getting ready to sell all of his religion, all of his dogma.
Yeah.
There's that word dog again, God. All his false God, his idolatry, in other words.
Yes.
And he's getting ready to walk into the true kingdom, which is within, which is why in Exodus it says, have no other gods before me.
Right.
Because it's talking about the God within you.
Yes, the light.
It's the light, the photon.
Yes, well, even it said dogma, and so the reason why I guess I interplay and play on words so much is because of my gift of dyslexia, which is a gift, and then my neurodivergence. But I came out of raw religion in 2017 and had to go through a couple years of serious deprogramming, just for the fact that I had my mind violated when I came out of raw religion and that culture. I asked at that time, God, the universe, how could man split, partition, and fragment my hard drive and never physically touch me? And that's where I started to see it said through power. And I was like, power. And I started to look at these verses. And because I've always been neurodivergent and I've always seen things intuitively, that's why the King James is written intuitive verb-based language, just like Lakota, just like all foreign languages are. They're verb-based intuitive. And all the new versions, and ever since the Rockefellers took over our education, they use a noun-based counterintuitive language that has dumbed people down. And they don't even know there's a forest in the trees, much less an entire ecosystem that is forest through the trees. So in of that, when I came out of religion, I started to see words in there, and I've had different mentors online, offline. But I discovered that the Phoenicians of the Old Testament, who were the Canaanites, who were the magicians, the sorcerers, which a lot of Christians, you tell them this, but who came to see, quote unquote, Jesus at his birth? The Magi,
right?
Which is short for magician. Where you get the master maga. Not going to go there, but the tell is in the spell, and they're broadcasting right in front of you.
Daniel was also the head of the school of the magicians. It tells it straight up.
He was a master magician. It's intuitively in the book of Acts, in the script. I believe I personally am of the persuasion that Shakespeare's greatest work is hidden right in the King James version. But that's why script, Acts, play, you see these things. But in Acts 7:53, I believe it says that Moses was trained in the school of wisdom, which is a direct inference that he didn't want to go back to his 60th year class reunion and face Janus and Jambres, who practiced magicals, but Moses practiced miracles. Replace the R and the G, and you get the same thing. Moses had his magic wand. They had their magic wand, but his snake was bigger than their snake. And so you see Paul. Paul was also a master of master Pharisees, and the Pharisees were blind, you see, but the word see is in Pharisee, and the Sadducees were sad, you see. And so they were both master magicians that will say God, whatever, and what is God? You ask an average Christian what that is, and what is God? Well, it's light. Well, what is light? Frequency, vibration, sound wave. God is spirit, John 4:23. What is spirit? Energy. But when you see that there, that Paul says, I was a master builder, master mason, a master builder, framer, crafter. What do you do with sentences? You craft and form. And so you see that's there. So God used Satan, and that's SAY-X, which is a Roman numeral for 10. That's why you see the X. It's all about the genes, the genes that is in there. But you see that God used Satan as a minstrel rag, to train to Paul and Moses on the dark side, and taught them grammar, which is grimoire, which is spell casting, and how to do telekinesis. Even Elijah was a practicing telekinesis. He had his wand. What did he do when the lead went over into the water? What did he do? He used mind power, and he used his magic wand, and he levitated that bad boy up, and he gave it to him.
That hammer. Yep.
Yeah. The head. He says, "Master, master." He says, "My axe." I said, "was falling a tree," and he says, "and my head fell into there." So when you start to see all this stuff, and you start to see it intuitive, and you're not afraid of it, you're going to be comfortable. But the thing is, man, I didn't start getting free until I literally had to have the universe, God. I had a Joseph experience. I've had a Moses. I can have plenty of types of shadow, but I literally had 8 men of my best men. They literally all went into mass cognitive dissonance, disassociation, dislocation, and totally threw me under the bus. But because of my name, Eric, and how I'm wired, there's only one direction. I only go in one direction, and that's forward. Whether I'm going through you or you're going with me, my energy. Because actually, if you look at electrical, my name Eric is actually in electrical. And another thing I've noticed, pattern recognition ion, but that suffix al. If you go and do a study of that suffix al, you're going to find that the prefix and above letters above that is always speaking about energy transfer. So nevertheless, that was 2017. The universe said, "Listen, I've trained you. You've been around the son of Ma, Masons, and those that are of the Catholic order. Because I mean, let's just say I was a Daniel and a Joseph. These things that I've had revealed to me, were directly from source. Not the key of knowledge.
They have to be. They have to be at this point.
Yes, man. Because there's no way. Because and I've had a lot of interesting discussions in like Home Depot and Lowe's, things of this nature right here. And kind of a little sidebar here. I did meet someone whose family, they're part of the 13 families that kind of run the world. I just so happened to be there. It was at the height of the whole plan demonic back in 2020. And literally ran into him at Home Depot. And he said, he said, "Sorry, man, I just got back from, down south." He says, "I, work for a certain organization." And I says, "Yeah," I said, "That's all right." I says, "Be sober of this whole pandemic." I says, a lot of people are believing lies. And he says, "What did you just say?" I says, "Yeah, the plan demonic or demonic, when someone is a demonstration, or is it a demonstration because someone is loony?" And I says, "Yeah, believing lies." I said, "The word lies and believe." I said, "Everyone knows that." And he said, "I don't know." He said, "Who are you?" I said, "I'm just Eric, just a simple carpenter, water guy." He's like, "No, you aren't." He says, "You know things that people in very high levels do not know, they aren't even aware of." And he says, "And you're sitting here." And so we had this long discussion and figuring out, where he was from and where I was from, but kind of end that sidebar there. But that's why, I started to get away from religion, and I started to be more free, because it's literally a spirit or a frequency of slumber. And that word lumbar is in there. Yeah. You literally, it's like a lumbar, L-U. But and so when you start to, wherever you see L-U, see, it's Lucifer. So wherever you see L-U, it's always a prefix for light data transfer. Because see, now this will blow Christians' mind away. You got to watch semantics, but you go over to Isaiah 14:12, and you see Lucifer, lunar, loom man is the man of the loom, man of the womb, man of the moon. But it says, "Lucifer, thou son of the morning." And then you go over there to Revelation Ion, and you see Jesus, the bright and morning star. All that is right there, once you start to see the forest through the trees and realize there's a whole entire ecosystem, that is nothing more than semantics. And I say that there is because you go to Solomon, and when you start to realize word splitting and you start to see the truth on things, what really is Solomon? Because I guess I'll go back to the Phoenicians first, but I don't know. When you start to see the Phoenicians.
So one thing, let's talk about Lucifer for a second, because Lucifer means title bearer. Jesus said, "You are the light of the world."
Right.
I am the light, and whoever follows after me shall not walk in darkness, but shall have the light of life. So when we look at this, Lucifer in his fallen state, he says the five I will statements. Those five I will statements are a representation of the five senses, because that's what fallen mankind dwells into, and that's what they go into, which is why Jesus says in John 9:40 and 41 that the Pharisees thought they saw, but they were actually blind. All right? So when we look at this, Lucifer, even Peter says in 2 Peter chapter 1, verse 19, let the day star or the phosphoros or the Lucifer in Latin arise in your hearts. All right?
Yeah.
So what ends up happening now, we start to see how Lucifer in the fallen state with the five I will statements is man trying to become God in the flesh. In other words, that's why he says the five I will statements. I will ascend and become like the Most High. That's what the Pharisees were trying to do. That's what the religious leaders wanted Jesus to do. In other words. But,
and you see that, like I said, I became, I got my 12 courses of systematic theology. I have my degrees. See, people, they don't understand or overstand, which I guess I'll go back to the Phoenicians, kind of got side. But you'll notice the suffix, they were very, very sneaky. I was trying to think of that movie. He was a butler for a mansion or something like that. And he'd always say, very sneaky. But nevertheless, the Phoenicians were very sneaky in that the word Cain is actually in the suffix. And they switched it around. So whoever you see those that are gifted, musicians, magicians, physicians, you see that Cain in there. So they probably got potentially some of that where we can go into the serpent seed, doctrine, where a lot of people are indoctrinated because the word doctor is in there. But nevertheless, the Phoenicians who gave us our phones, they gave us, when someone is phony on the phone, we get the phoenix. We also get our definitions. Or do we say, quote unquote, phonetically, deaf Phoenicians, DEAF, Phoenicians. So they hid rules for thee and not for me, says Mr. Lee, the Pharisee. So when you start to see word splitting and you start to understand and you start to break things down and you no longer play by and they gave us a book. I just learned something about called the four corners. It's quite interesting. You look at everything has four corners, and that's how they control you in contracts. Four corners of a chamber, four corners of a TV screen, four corners of a basketball court. Everything is about the black magic of four corners. But when you start to look at the book that Christians don't want to let God out of, we have to try to use grimoire. We try to use the words to describe the indescribable, the invisible, the omnipresent, and we can't do that without grimoires or grammars, which the Phoenicians gave us. But you start to see that we don't need this, that we actually are spellcasting, spelling, cursive, conjugation, conjuring, compounds, composition ions, and you put it in the spine, our DNA, and then you throw the book of magic, which is kind of magnetic. It's magnetic is MAG-NET-IC, magic net.
Net is in the middle of there.
Yes, to where
that magic,
you create whatever and it goes back to dogma. I just seen that as you said that there, but dogma, is Maya, which goes back to the Sanskrit, to which means illusion, means to stretch the truth to an illusion. So whatever you meditate upon, whatever you magnify, you will meditate, you will manifest and materialize with all of this false dogma, and you'll end up believing lies because the Phoenicians, they don't teach etymology. They don't teach these things in school because if they did, then guess what? They would never be able to control you into this conception. We live in a conception. I just seen this 2 weeks ago doing a live, but we live in a conception. It's not even real. It's a DVD simulation like right now. People don't think about how are we interacting right here? You ever thought about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first off, with our phones, on the back of our phones, the Apple iPhone specifically, you have an apple on the back with a bite taken out of it. We're operating through a screen. There's something that has to do with like 144,000 hertz. or something of that nature that has to do with the phone. So when it talks about in the book of Revelation, the 144,000 being able to go around, all around the world and talk, I think this is what it's talking about, man. Right here.
Yeah. Are you sitting down or standing up?
I'm sitting down.
All right. Well, this won't blow you out, but if anyone else is possibly listening, I had a lead on this here, but I was just sitting there yesterday morning, and I just cracked up. So are you familiar with the Witch of Endor or the healer where Saul?
Yeah, First Samuel 28. Yep.
Yeah. So he banned them all, right? And so he goes literally incognito, puts his hood on over him. He goes and he goes over there and he talks to her and she's like, well, who are you? And then obviously she picks up as an empath, which is electromagnetic pulses, the path back to the heart. She picks up. She says, hey, man, what are you doing? You just killed everyone. Are you coming here to take? Hey, no. He says, don't worry. He said, everything is cool. He says, listen, I got a situation here. He says, I put the Urim on, which is showing us a computer, okay? Because you got the word wire in there. So you got the what do you think of talking about phones? You have a gold, right? And then inside of that is inlaid in diamonds and the amethyst and all the things like that. And the word wire shows up in there. So they put that, it's squared, once again, 3x4 square. And then they would put that over their hard drive. And then, like I said, the tell is in the spell. And then they would put their mitre on. Just like you have the Dagon fish that the liturgical, the priest wear. But they would put their mitre on. And you ever notice that mitre and you see the wizards say like in the Sword and the Stone when Merlin he has that pointy hat on or you have that dunce hat, kind of almost looks like these cymatic chambers that are out there. So what they do is they put the transmitter on. They put their mitre on and their transmitter is their pineal gland. So it would activate. They put it on. They put the Urim and the Thummim, which means light and knowledge. They put it over their hard drive. And then the transmitter, and then they would communicate, communicate. See, I don't take communion with just anyone anywhere. I'm not going to allow other people to telepathically come and let their ions come into me and transmutate there. But that's where you see transmitter. You got to see that prefix, transfiguration ion, transformation ion, transformer. So that's when they put those hats on, those dunce hats or those transmitters, there was a cone, but their pineal gland would be activated and they would talk to God. So he tells her, he says, man, I put the computer on, man, God ain't getting my emails, he's blocking it, And he says, I'm not getting dreams. He said, I'm not getting dreams, which really is most people are, when they go in a dream state, that's when they're awake. And when they're awake, they're actually sleeping here. And he says, I'm not getting any visions. He says, I need to go to the library. I'm going to the library here. I need a computer because my stuff is not working. He says, all right, you got to make a deal with me though. He says, you got to make it, nothing will happen. As long as I'm cool. Just like Rahab, you talk about an oxymoron, but Rahab the harlot and her practices, she's known as great faith, greater faith than all of Israel, or is it Isis Ra El? So and she says, okay. She says, all right, as long as you make a deal here, you make an oath, nothing's going to happen. And he says, okay. So as soon as she does, what does she do? She gets her crystal ball out. She gets her glass scry screen. She rubs it. Let's see, I'm going to click on TikTok. I'm going to click on Facebook. I'm going to click on the internet, go into the eternal now of the mind, of the consciousness. And she says, I'm going to summon up Saul because I'm of the persuasion, we're of a tripartisan nature. I mean, obviously this is what the Bible says, but 1 Thessalonians 5:22, in there, but we have a soul, which is energy, but it's S-O-L, which is the sun, which is S-O-U-L, and that word U-L is in there where we see light, the light bearer. So the souls are energy. And so we might have a physical meat suit, but that's not who it is. We're telepathically communicating right now. So she summons up Samuel, and you'll notice that in Saul and in Samuel, also in Paul, you have UL. They're all light bearers. They were all ones that were transmuting light. And she says, she gets shocked. And she says, this is Samuel. So they start talking like it was no big deal. And you know what they were doing? They were doing the same thing. They were having FaceTime. Maybe they were using Duo, Google Duo. I don't know. But they were in the eternal now. And we're reading that, and that's supposedly 4,000 years ago. But you know when we're reading that right now in the eternal mind, in the eternal now, because there's no past and there's no future, because those words are inspired. We're inspiration. On the word spirit is in there. So it's the eternal now. And so they're using a cell phone. We're using cell phones because the Phoenicians or someone, they ran a jammer. And they're not teaching telekinesis, and they're not teaching the old arts for us to be able, well, actually, I think one guy did here, who was that, the hemisync? The guy, who was that that did the hemisync? I forget what his name is. Someone, nevertheless,
I have no clue at this point, man. My mind, you have completely blown my mind with some of this stuff, man.
Okay. Well, nevertheless, but that's what that is that we literally go on our crystal balls to where, or black sky screens, or even check this out. So, I mean, I was black and white because the evil ones, whoever they might be, they did not want me using my light, and they did not want me using my insight and my boldness. And my name means Eric, and my middle name means Eternal Protector. My last name means to be a free man, Frank. They didn't want me using my light. But I seen something recently. So you look at the Ouija board, okay, which is once again four corner, and there's letters and numbers on there, and most people when they get to numbers, it makes them kind of numb. Nevertheless, so you have letters and numbers, and then there's like this. Is it called? The cursor that you use? I've never used one. Well, never used a wood one. And then you have it's like a chamber, kind of like the square. Kind of like all TVs are chambers and all computers are chambers, not circles, not triangles, but chambers. And the next thing you do is, what do? You ask the board a question, and then the thing starts moving and kind of like gives you almost like an automated answer. Kind of reminds me of like a keyboard, and then you have a cursor on the keyboard, and you kind of like ask it a question, and the next thing you know, in the eternal now, what does it do? It presents a answer of you from the so-called past and the so-called future, which never comes, but only is right now. So, yeah, that's just a little something, I guess, to give you thinking about, but kind of where I'm at and the direction and why it took me so long to get on to TikTok, because I've been hiding in the backside of the wilderness for like the last 7 years, not wanting to do like Moses was in the land of sin, But what is sin? Some people have different acronyms for sin, but it's more like when someone is emotional, or is it kind of like money, or is it electrical, but emotions. The word moon is in motions. Emotions, and the word sin is in there. And Moses was in the land of sin with the Akkadian god, moon god of Aries. Right. And that's why they sent out their missionaries, or is it the mission of Aries, the ram moon god, that if you look at the uterus, it looks just like the ram. And that's why during the ovulation, ov is egg, and then you have UL in there, that phosphate for Lucifer, and you have the ions that ignite in there. But that's why you have to learn. When I came out of that, I had to learn how to set boundaries. I had to learn how to bind and bound Aries from allowing to come into me and use the darkness and use the things for me to get the light, because obviously I understand and overstand things on different levels than most individuals. And I've had some people ask me, "Are you human?" And I'm like, you know what? I can't deny nor incline to what you're saying. I just know that I'm here for a purpose, and to metaphysically take people out of the Egypt of their mind. And that's why I was running. That's why I was running. And it was about April this year. I had a out-of-body experience. Translation: the short of the long, I got bit by a spider, but I didn't know that till 3 weeks later. I had a second kneecap that started growing, and it was about 10 o'clock in the morning. It was here in April. I'm in Michigan here, and it was kind of cold. I had my spider jacket on.
We're out of Michigan. Wait, what?
Uh,
Wearing a spider jacket?
well, from Costco. It's the Spider brand. You know,
Is it black on black?
yes, or gray on black. Yeah, it was a down jacket, and I was getting cold. I was getting chilled. It's about 45 degrees out. I'm getting really emotional. I'm like, something's going on. I went in the car, started making some videos. I'm like, my soul's departing. I says, I've never felt this.
Where do you stay at in Michigan? I'm from Michigan, man.
Yeah. Let's.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
Yeah,
I
no.
get it.
Well,
I get it.
see, I'm going to tell you intuitively. I don't know. Okay, I'm going to tell you intuitively. Let's see. The way the crow flies. I'm about I'll say an hour from the Toledo border. going north. So
What? You're 15 minutes from my house. And I also have a spider jacket from Costco as well.
Yeah, it's a black
I wear it
down
all
one.
the time normally.
Yeah. So I was so I was sitting there getting emotional, listening. My buddy sent me some 432 hertz frequencies music, and I was sitting there laying in bed, and next thing you know, I'm sitting here, chilled, 4 blankets on, jacket, hat, gloves, everything, with my eyes closed. I transition and I start going, as they say, the white light. I see this white. It's like a cathedral almost. I see these white lights, and then the doors slam, and next thing you know, this face, and I ain't gonna say it's the face of Jesus. People know what the face of Jesus is. I say it was a face that was going. If you think of a movie projector going left to right, right to left, and the transmission, just like right now, this is telepathic right now. Whether we're in person or online, it's telepathic. It said, "Your time is not now." It says, "But your time is now for you to take the message, the massage, and to free the people's minds from Egypt and take them into the promised land." And so it's like, and then I woke up and I looked around, and end up being that it was a spider bite, but my knee was about 105, 106 degrees. It was red, cherry red. I could move it, but heat was coming from it. And it was about 2 weeks later, I was telling someone, I said, yeah, I had a Moses experience. I'm like, my knee burned, but it didn't consume, And it's like, and then my knee started peeling like it, and you could finally see where it was a spider bite. But once again, the universe, I had to have the universe, take and basically take me out, so I could actually take the message and go forth. So I don't know. Are you still there, man? Anyways, all right. Well, he paused. So if you guys are still there, so yeah. Well, and this is called synchronicity, friends. You there? All right.
Yep.
But this is this is why even I have my buddy on there who suggested, he has an amazing story as well. I'm a little bit more frank than him. That's my last name. But nevertheless, he finally got me on here after 10 moons of coaxing me and telling me, hey, man, he says, your platform, he says, Facebook is dead. He says, I've looked at your friends. He says, no one wants to even tangle with you. He says, they're all a bunch of tire kickers. They watch, but they don't say anything. He says, TikTok is where it's at. And so I finally gave myself permission after 8 years of going through intervention work back in 2016. I finally gave myself permission here shortly after that because, hey, I got taken out by the universe. And so I was like, okay, I get another chance. So I started making videos, go on Facebook, 2-hour lives, just.
Oh, Eric, you're breaking up, man. Can't hear you. Can you guys hear Eric? Because I can't.
Thing in my mind for the last 3 years. It's now.
There we go. You were coming back, but you went out.
Oh, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay. But that's why it was my history has been a mystery, a mist to many. And so at the same time, equally, I know that I was being preserved for such a time as now, because it tears me up. I had people for the last 8 years, man. They're like, Eric, why aren't you going on Facebook? Why aren't you going on live? I says, listen, I am the best at picking apart and doing analyzations of people's discussions, whether online, offline. There is no online, offline. That's why it says try the spirits of men, whether they be of God, it's their frequencies. Whether we're in person, out of person, it doesn't matter. Sure, if you're in person. And I have the persuasion that we have more than 5 senses, because we're unlimited. They wanted to limit us. I took off all limitations, man. Who knows how many senses are? Who knows? They say we're men.
You broke up again, Eric. Why are you breaking up, man? That's weird. The flip, man. You're breaking up again, Eric.
Learning to look at the man, learning to look at the man in the mirror. Michael Jackson. You know, there's a lot of spiritual songs, but that's what 1 Corinthians 13 truly is speaking of.
Oh, let me. Oh. Okay, so check this out. All right, can you hear me? In Isaiah chapter 8,
Yeah.
1.
I just took off my.
In Isaiah chapter 8, 1, Isaiah is told to take a book, take a pen, and write in it about Maher-shalal-Baz. If you actually look at this, the word book there is the word mirror. All right? And the pen, I kid you not, it's a mirror if you look at the Hebrew word. It's the Hebrew.
Coincidence.
Yeah, and then the pen is a chisel. And then the word Maher-shalal-Baz means evolution of the soul. So it's taking something, chiseling into it, into the mirror, and actually performing on the evolution of the soul.
So can I evolve that thought a little bit for you?
Please do.
So word splitting. I don't know if you have children, or I mean, you got a good following. It looks like here. But look into etymology and follow my channels. I'm getting on there, trying to get onto lives. That's what my thing is. I hate being limited to 10 minutes. So if you ever want to do another live or whatever, hit me up.
Absolutely, man.
So it comes down. There's a song.
This was a surprise because you're the most knowledgeable man I've ever had on, knowledgeable person I've ever had on here in the 4 years that I've been on here, man.
Hey,
so absolutely, please
listen. That movie, kind of sidebar. That movie Gladiator. Remember what is that? Yeah, the Gladiator. Back about 20 years ago.
Yeah, man. I was thinking about it yesterday. My God.
But yeah, another synchronicity.
Yeah, man.
So he says. So he's in there, and he doesn't want to fight. Okay, he doesn't want to fight because he knows he doesn't want. And I just seen this parallel I was talking to Moses. He was a Moses. He didn't want to go back to Egypt. Gladiator didn't want to fight because why? What are you going to do? He's the best of the best.
Maximus.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maximus. So he takes. And this was when I started to see believe, and I started to see lies, and believe. But there's 27 different words composed of in believe. But you see words. You have WORDS. Has anyone's ever really been like rubber sharp and like cut you?
Absolutely.
I mean, obviously that was a rhetorical question, but nevertheless. So if you take words, WORDS, drop the S off of word, put the S in front of word, what do you have? You don't even need to say anything. That's telepathic. That's intuitive. Yeah. And then if you take words, WORDS, spell backwards. The universe showed me 4 years ago, said, look at that word backwards, called the law of reverse. WORDS. O-R-D-S. So O-W-S. And if you spell it backwards, S-O-W. The same thing with works. Because what do you do with the seed? And here's the parable. The seed is the word of God. You plant seeds and you sow. Yes, soul sunside, words and tones. I'm going to hit that right there. So I've been given the key of knowledge. Luke 11:52. It says, woe unto you, lawyers, for you've taken the key of knowledge. It says, and you've hindered it. And those looking in, you hinder them from taking in. So because my name means Eric, and the sword and the stone, and because of my dyslexia, and because of all these neurodivergent gifts that has always made me weird, if you could see me, I'm literally wearing a shirt that says, I'm not weird, I'm just wired differently, because the anagram of weird is wired. But if you take the anagram of words, and you take his sword, and I'm going back, and have the ability to pull the sword out of the stone, or is it the sword out of the notes or the tones? Because everything is frequency, vibration, and sound waves. So in of that there, which ties totally into the gladiator. And the gladiator, he doesn't want to fight. He doesn't want to fight. He doesn't want, it's just like Moses didn't want to go back to Rome or back to Egypt. So finally, he goes in there, and then he says, they're sitting there and he says, you're good, gladiator. He says, but you could be a whole lot better. And he says, and then he's sitting there, he says, oh, were you a gladiator? They have your discussion. He starts laughing and he says, oh, no, I never knew him. He says, he touched me on the shoulder once. And of course he's laughing because he was his right man, And then he says, the thing is, he says, you got to win the people. He says, win the people. And he says, you'll win your freedom. And he says, I shall give them something that they've never seen before. And then what does he do? He goes out there and, chops suey in a matter of 2 minutes. And what does he do? He takes his words, his sword, and he throws it. And then they start chanting. And then you see, this is where you see King Saul, and this is where you can know how old someone mentally is. When opposition ion and confrontation ion come up, you find out that 90 to 95% of so-called adults, they go into primitive, childish regression from when their hard drive was split, partitioned, and fragmented. Wherever you see that word meant, it's mind. Encouragement, you encourage the mind. Entrapment, entrap the mind. The word rat is entrap. So you saw the emperor, who was of his age, we'll say, 40. You seen him go into primitive childish regression and start throwing temper tantrums to when he, in an age of 5 years old, he was mentally a 5-year-old or 7-year-old. And that's the danger of most people. They say, well, man, why is that guy acting like a child?
That's the problem with about 98% of Christians on here. They act like children and stuff. They don't.
Yeah, they're because they've never gotten off the breast.
The milk? They've never gotten off. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Well, is it possible? Now, this is a hypothesis, but it works pretty good in this realm of duality we live in. Is it possible that it says, and I believe it's Isaiah 66, 2 Thessalonians 2, it says that I shall send a strong delusion.
Yes.
That they might be damned. Because they believed not the love of the truth when it was preached unto them.
Yeah.
Not even preaching is not what we perceive physical. No. It's all telepathic. So what it was the intuition. It was the intuition that Elijah, when he was sitting there, and after he had this great battle, and I used to use that verse all the time when I had gaslight and project. I didn't know I was using narcissism at the time, which is really witchcraft, the craft of a witch. Yeah. 1 King 18:21. I used to use that all the time after I would sit with my sword words and I would cut Christian. I did it in the name of God. I was a Pharisee of Pharisees. I got kicked out of that cult because I surpassed them, basically being like AI almost in a way, and I just surpassed them. But I would use that verse. How long halt you between two opinions? If God be God, serve him. If Baal be God, serve him. And they were just crickets. So crickets. So after Elijah has his great monumental thing, and you have Jezebel, he kills the 450 prophets that sit at feet, what does he do? He goes and heads to the mountains, which is mountains.
1 minute, 1 minute. So even Elijah, you see in metaphysical circles, the number 9 is very important. So that's like why we have like 666, which equals 18. 1 plus 8 is 9. Lower consciousness, 666. 144,000. Number 9. 1 plus 4 is 9. But also Elijah killing the 450 prophets of Baal. What it's telling you is he's killing idol worship. He's actually killing the lower mind to raise up into the higher consciousness. 450, 4 plus 5 is 9. So
right, and it's the flip of 6-9, where you get the yin, the yang. You get the 69 of opposite energy transferring. And so, but what does he do? So he goes up into the mountain and he starts, he's hiding, and this is the paradox in this realm. You have your mountaintops and you have your valleys, all within one chapter. But then it says in there, then the voice of God. And what's the voice? It's frequency, vibration. It's what we're using right now. So the voice of God spoke to him, but he says, and it wasn't in the earthquake. So you always see the 4 elements that show up. And what's the earthquake? I'm going to try to do this if you can hear it. I'm going to clap my hands, but it's the energy plates. So you have energy, the plates rubbing together. It wasn't in the energy, it wasn't in the friction ion. It wasn't in the plates, the water and the earth. It wasn't in the fire, which is the sun and energy. And it wasn't in the wind, which is the pneuma. It was in the still, small voice, which is also known as intuition. And the whole purpose on why raw religion was created is to damn the nation, damnation, through their institutions, through their indoctrinations of the mind, and teaches you not to trust your intuition that is directly connected to source. Because once you start to love yourself again from whence you forgot in your toxic environment, and you find out that you have the anointing in you, where John, a teacher himself, says in 1 John 2:26-27, I write these things unto you because of those that seduces you. And then he says, for you have the anointing, the source, the oil of gladness, the frequency, the pneuma inside of you. You have no need of any man to teach you. He says, you have no man, any need of any man to teach you, for the anointing shall teach you all things. That source that's within inside of you. And so when you start to realize that, and you start to give yourself permission, and you start to love yourself, and the further that you get away from raw religion, guess what? What good do you need buildings for? What good do you need the 501c3 corporations? You don't need those people, because when you have source within inside of you and you love yourself again, and you do not allow the sadistic what virtue, quote unquote, they make virtue of guilt and shame, and you now love yourself. Because I was told in religion, I don't know how many of you out there are listening, I was told in religion, raw religion, that if you love yourself, that it's prideful. But what it is, friends, is that actually is when they tell you not to love yourself, that's that guilt shaming and that projection for you to never get outside of them and get off the breast, where Paul says, I can't come to you with strong meat, which is intuition.
I need to show you this because you brought up anointing oil. All right?
Yes.
I was reading Isaiah chapter 10 yesterday, and I have this on the back of my screen if you can see it. I want to show you something. It says, and the Lord of hosts shall stir up a scourge. That word scourge is whip, all right, in the Hebrew.
Yes.
For him according to the slaughter of Midian at the rock of Horeb. Horeb is the raven. So what this is talking about to us, it's trying to tell us an inward story of even in John 2 when Jesus makes the scourge of a whip to whip the money changers out. It's whipping religion out of your temple. But check this out. Also, this word Midian means strife. So it's whipping out the lower nature to raise up into the higher. And as his rod was upon the sea, so shall he lift it up after the manner of Egypt. And it shall come to pass in that day that his burden shall be taken away from off thy shoulder, and his yoke from off thy neck, and the yoke shall be destroyed because of the anointing. The oil that shall rise up. But check this out. He has come to Iath. That word Iath means fountain or eye. All right? It means the eye. It's talking about the pineal. He has passed to Migron. This is the threshing floor. And at that place of Michmash, that's where he's going to lay up his carriages, because the word Michmash actually means the hidden, concealed place of treasure. So what it's telling you about here is he's going to whip out the money changers. He's going to whip these things out and through it. He's going to lift up the fountain or the eye, and then he's going to set the concealed treasures within you. In other words, nothing to do with anything physical. It's all spiritual. And he's going to give you the anointing.
Yes.
Not just one.
It's already, it's like it's almost in us. But that's why I just did a Facebook Live like 2 weeks ago. But wherever you see that word temple, it's always speaking about the mind. Also, I'm going back to the temple. You know, my family was like, what are you doing on your... I said, I'm going to the temple. I said, Paul went to the temple. Jesus went to the temple. So I go to the temple of Facebook. I go to the temple of TikTok. And we used to go out street preaching all the time out there. You know, and so... But notice that word there, the anointing, the word ion is in there. And even in Migron, it's also in there. Something I wanted you... What was that passage that you spoke about? Was it Isaiah 8:1 you were speaking about earlier?
Yeah, you're talking about,
the iron. Yes, the iron, the glass. Yep.
The mirror, when it says Isaiah has a book with a pen, and he writes in it Maher-shalabaz, and that's actually a mirror. It's a mirror with a chisel or an engraving. And
yes. Okay,
it's about the evolution of the soul. That's where it's
right. Okay, I got kind of that. So if you look at evolution, see, there's a song, "Love is the Medicine." It's you just look it up. I don't know what the name of what the author is, but "Love is the Medicine." The guy has like 2 tattoos on him, 2 birds on the side of his tattoo, but it says, "Love is the medicine." He says, when you start loving yourself, he says, all manners of healing start taking place. But when you start evolving, you know what's happening? As within, so without. The first 4 letters, if you flip it around, it's love. And when you start evolving, it's because you love yourself. And that you can't love others. The greatest command, like I said, I was taught, if you love yourself, that's being prideful. That's guilt shaming. That's narcissism. But when you start, how can you love others if you don't love yourself? And so is
this your first time coming on here? Before?
Yes.
Okay.
Nah.
I teach this all the time. When Jesus says, love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength, you got to love yourself before you can love anyone else.
Yeah, this is where it starts. And one of my practices, I will never ask anyone to do something that I'm not willing to do or have not done myself. I do not talk from a place of abstract theory. Been there, done that. I don't say this disrespectfully to anyone that has a PhD, but I have 2 PhDs. I got one locally. I got them here locally at 2 universities. One is Home Depot and one is Lowe's. They're post hole diggers. But there's nothing but see, the thing is that it's all a perception. It's all an illusion. You know, the rail splitters, you know, the home of the mighty rail splitters, that split rails, so on and so forth. I got a 1.6 GPA from there. Who cares? GPA, this thing, it's all been created for you to never look at yourself.
Wait a minute. You worked at Lowe's and Home Depot too?
No, because of my background as a contractor, I spent a lot of time in there.
I got you. Because I used to work at Lowe's, man.
Oh, okay.
Wait a minute. Wait. Are you familiar with Canton Lowe's?
Yeah, I know where it's at. Yeah.
You know where Canton Lowe's is at? Okay.
Yes.
I used to work at Canton.
So what is this? So if you have, what is this called? These are called phones, but also known as a tablet, right? These are, and what are they made out of? Glass.
Glass.
Okay.
Right. Yep.
Goes back to the whole witch of Endor. So, but synonymous with glass is a mirror. So if you look at the glass, anagram of tablet is table. Tablets, tables of the heart.
Right.
And so,
right. Yep.
So if you go over
stone tablet commandments for administration of death, let their table be a snare.
Yes, and it says that if the first covenant, covenant was of Moses' covenant, who was a master magistrate, with magician, if the first covenant of the law, physical tablet, how much greater is the second covenant, which is not of the letter of the law, but of the spirit. See, that's why the book of Metaphysics, it's always talking about the spirit, the spirit. So if you look at Jeremiah 17:1, Jeremiah 17:1, it says, and woe unto the Judah, for the sins of Judah, for there's a ready writer pen with the tip of an iron tip with diamond. A diamond. See, the word ion is an iron, but you says it, and it cannot even graven upon the tables of the heart. So a lot of times people use these cell phones because that's a cell. They're using them to be a selfie instead of truly looking at the man in the mirror. So you see glass tablets, tables. You see, what do you use? Well, you would know this working at Lowe's or anyone. What is inlaid into a metal blade or a drill bit if they want to drill into the heart of stone or rock? Is not my word, like a hammer that smashes a piece of rock? What is inlaid into a drill bit that you have to drill through concrete or granite? Diamond. Right. So what are we using right now inlaid in gold when I told you earlier about the Thummim and the Urim? A diamond. See, it goes to show you that that diamond is that pineal gland right there, but it's going to show you that that tablet, what does Paul say in 2 Corinthians 3? He says, you're our epistle, apostle, because Paul sent his post, his epistle. He said, you're a written epistle on our heart of the spirit, of the pneuma, and not of the stone, not physical. So that's what you're talking about right there. Glass is synonymous with mirror. And that's why the three places in the New Testament talks about the glass, 1 Corinthians 13. In of that there, it says, in that which is perfect is come. What is that? What is that? It says, and that which is in part shall be done away. I thought like a child, act like a child, but now I'm a man, I put away childish things. And we see through a glass dimly.
Darkly, yes.
And then we shall see him face to face. Now see, what's interesting about that and the metaphysics of that, it goes back to what Michael Jackson talked about. And he says there, and that which is perfect is come. And people say, I can never be perfect. Well, you're not going to, I used to use this guilt shame people all the time. I didn't know that. You're not going to call God a liar, are you? I was using a third party triangulation to guilt shame someone. I didn't know I was doing it at the time, but I did. I says, does it not say in 2 Timothy 3:16 and 17, it says, all scripture is given by inspiration, ion, is proper for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, instructiveness, that the man of God may be perfect, thoroughly furnished unto all good work. Perfect means mature. Perfect means it's been honed, it's been refined. You have failed, you have messed up, you have gotten off of mom, you have gotten onto the strong meat in Hebrews 5 there, 12 through 14, which is intuition. So look at, we're not even opening the book. I mean, you have that behind you because there might not be someone that is familiar, or is that family liar, the word liar, a family liar spirit, a familiar spirit. But you look at, because they're on milk, because it's a spell. It's a spell on there. So when you look, it says, and Paul says it there in 1 Corinthians 13, it says, and that which is perfect is come. You know what that is? That's going back to a singularity of mind. Before Atom, A-T-O-M, Atom's mind was split into a duality, realm. And it says, and that which is in part, which is intuitively showing you that split mind. And so, and it says, and then when I was a child, what does a child do? We see the other place, a child, if we go over to James, that child mind, as we were talking about a demonstration and primitive child's regression, we see the child, we see that other place where the word glass shows up in the new covenant. And in James 1:22 and 24 through 24, it says, as a double-minded man, a child, is unstable, a duality, in all their ways, for they looketh in the glass, and they turneth and forgetteth what manner of man they are, because they look at their conscience, and because of the malwares and the viruses and the Trojan spirits in there that have set them, caused limitations on them, that they cannot walk and be the last Adam. I see the second Adam there is spoken about in 1 Corinthians 15. They end up perpetually living a life, and they go through wash, rinse, and repeat. So when you go back to 1 Corinthians 13, It says, and that which is in part shall be done away. That's that double-mindedness. When I was a child, act like a child. That's that double mind, turning away. It says, but now that I'm a man, you get off the milk, you look at the man in the mirror. How do you, and this is the paradox. This is the paradox. I believe it's what Isaiah 45 or 44. It says, behold, I create light, I create darkness. I create good, I create evil. Behold, I have created all things. You win and get into the light by facing the darkness, which is in the imagination, which is not even there. And so what happens is that when you look at that man in the mirror and you stop running and you stop becoming a double-minded man, that's where you come to a place of singularity. You stop making excuses and you allow and you take no thought. Take no thought. Take no thought. And you allow Matthew 16, 22 and 23, and you, if thy eyes, the eyes be the light of the body. If thy eye be full of light, thine eyes shall be single. But if thy eye be full of darkness, how great is that light of darkness in you? And I said, wait, how can light be darkness? It's not talking about that because we've been institutionalized to belie the false dichotomies of this or that. Light is not darkness, friends. Light, of my persuasion, is anywhere in the spectrum from purple to red, high frequency to low frequency. So when you choose to take no thought, and there's a movie, a great movie, or actually movies are really documentaries, or is it Doc Your Mind, Doc Your Ment, when you watch the theater. See, with me, you're not going to go in the theta state. I can guarantee you that. I'm not even on drugs. I can go to a bar or anything, and I guarantee you, you don't have to use any kind of compounds or composition to take you MC stereo. You want to go higher. You go back and watch those songs and those things in there. But nevertheless, when you take, in that Matthew 6 right there, and you take no thought, and you allow that oil of gladness, the sacred secretions, or is the sacred secret ions, and you allow that oil of gladness to rise up in you, I can rest assured that you will not need religion, and you will allow yourself to be, when he says, you're the light of the world. He says, you're the light of the world. Let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father. Oh, we'll go back to there where you talked about Eve. Remind me of that Father in heaven. And it says, you're the salt of the earth. You're salty. You're salty. And then he heals the 10 lepers over there in Luke 17:21, and this is why the book was written by Eastern mystics, okay? All these things, they all have double meaning. That's why the word allegories, proverbs, parables, shadows, dark things, hard to be understood, but you really don't want to understand. You actually want to understand or overstand. Because if you understand, I just made a video, go back and I just covered that over there. But when someone says to you, we're conditioned and programmed, when someone says, do you understand me? What do we say? Yes, sir. By thy words thou shalt be justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned. Every idle word shall be used against you in the day of judgment, Matthew 12. When you say, yes, I understand you, you are saying, yes, I stand under you. You have control, and a troll is a Scandinavian witch. You have control over my mind. So that's why you don't want to understand. You want to understand. You want to stand in. You want to enter into the course.
This makes sense. This is why in Genesis 32, Jacob wrestles the angel, and he goes from being called Jacob to Israel, because it's he who wrestles with God and overcomes him. Because at this point, now what's happening is he's able to control what is going on around him. He's able to control his circumstances. He's able to speak it out of his mouth, and it shall happen. We call those things into existence as though they shall be.
Yes, because the spine, the word pine is in spine, and the oil goes down the chimney, and that's why it's in pineal, and then there's that suffix al again, energy transferring. Al is always, you see that in there, and that's why in the genes of Isis, you have these things. But shall we talk about, I don't know, is there anyone on here that Christian that might be on here that might that thinks that Mother Earth is not something that's found in the Bible. Let's see if there's anyone out there that because the thing is, man, I don't need to go to the Greek, which there's 27 different manuscripts. When people say the Greek, we had two guys that spoke Greek, and we'd go out preaching. We'd go out to Ann Arbor. We'd go out to Canton. We'd go to Belleville, Strawberry, Dearborn, Homecoming. We'd go all these places. This is where I learned. You talk about the book of Acts, though it was, until you get out there in the raw war, because the anagram of raw is war, and you get out there on the streets,
I grew up in New Boston, man.
Okay. Yeah, down there. Yeah, Huron down there. Yeah, okay.
My God.
Yeah. So when you find out, though, you find out your grit. You find out what you think you know, because the word now is in know, and when you're in the now, you've won and you've owned, because the anagram of now is won and own. And so when you're in the now, and you're sitting there and you go to the genes of Isis and you look at Eve, electrical Eve, and atom came together. And what does it say? Who does it say that it is the mother of all living? It says that Eve is the mother of all living. And would you believe that, I was saying we had these two Greeks, they could speak Greek fluently, so we go out on the streets, and we were a King James only, church, 1611. It was before I knew what I knew now of all the electrical terms and what I understand. But they say, well, the Greek is this and the Greek is that. And these two, and we start laughing. Well, they start speaking Greek to these people.
So Eric, one thing, this is all the Bible is. It's not explaining some supernatural. It's trying to relate electromagnetism to the natural world in which we live in. Because all of it is, it's not supernatural. It's electromagnetism that's going throughout your body. That's what it comes to. It's
and it's allowing you to learn to love yourself, because really that's all it is. It's the glass, it's the mirror for you to learn to re-love yourself, because you don't even need the book. Because it says that the book is actually, we're binary coding and we have a hard drive, but that's why, that's why there in Romans 2 is a very pivotal chapter, because it goes back to the whole glass and the heart, because you don't need the Greek and the Hebrew, because those two Greeks, they'd start speaking them into Greek, and those guys they're like, well, I thought you knew the Greek, and they're like, and they started laughing, and they'd run off, and of course, the first thing they do, religious people, when that light is being projected they'll ask you what church you go to when you go out doing kind of, because what you want to do is they want to label you, put you in a box, and try to shelf you and go into cognitive dissonance. But nevertheless,
I used to evangelize in Ipsy, man. Ipsy and Ann Arbor. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like 7-8 years ago, man.
Yeah. Well, that was about my time. Yeah, it's only 7:00. Now I'm talking to my secretary. She's I have to go get gas, but hey, man, listen, I'm in the spirit right now. We're in 4 or 5D, so the gas, that's not going nowhere. But so when you start to look at, you don't need the Greek and the Hebrew, because we just had the 5th of November. November, the 5th of November with Guy Fawkes and the whole gun plot or gun pot. Are you familiar with that? Guy Fawkes, and they tried to blow up Parliament.
Yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah.
That's a big thing. They have this FUG, every November 5th or whatever, so it was so with the King James, so you don't need the Greek and the Hebrew, because the English is where we get the Anglo-Saxon English from the island of angels, and that's the anagram of angels is angle. And within language, we have angels and angles, which all of our letters and numbers are all sacred geometry. And with each letter is a different frequency. And I have not checked this out. We were just talking about this on a live that I did with Yang Yang here. I think he may have stepped out. But I was sitting there, and intuition said to me, he says, you know what? It not him, because there's no, that's just used in this realm here. But it said, if you look at the angles of each of your letters, that might give you the frequency of what that letter is. But nevertheless, when you look at letters and language, this is why English is the most powerful witchcraft language, because really it is. That's why it's cursive, chains. What does cursive writing look like? It looks like chains. And that's why over there in Mark 5, it says fetters. No man could bind him in fetters or letters.
Oh my God. This is why Legion was breaking his chains off, but he was cutting himself with stones. This is an unstable man that's going back to religion and trying to get in the spirit, but he can't. Religion keeps on binding him, which is why his name is Legion. He's religion, as it is.
Yes. For he is many, because religion or religion is composed of 127 different words. And so a few words in there is legion. The word ion is in there. The word lie is in religion. The word in is in religion. So from a grammatical, etymological position, within religion, because it's R-E-L-I, religion, there's thousand or legions of lies within religion. So when you take all this stuff and you look at the English language, that is why the English language that English language was the last language, and it went back to one world. We're using a one world religion again. Not one world religion, one world language called binary coding to what we've always been. But they hindered us. They ran a jammer, and so we couldn't speak it. But English is the final compilation of all languages, because we have seed words, we have root words, and when you plant the seed into the earth of the heart, you get roots. And then after the root words, what do you do with the root words? Compounds, compositions. You get the fruit, drop the F on fruit, and you get root. And then you get the, going on metaphor, you get the wheat. And then when you eat wheat, what do? We eat wheat. And then you take the wheat, and then you make the bread. And it says, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of God. If you drop the B in bread, you get bread or read. So we don't even need physical grammar. If you look up grammar or grimoires or glamour, it's all to spellcast us, because they had to take the Lakotas and they took other indigenous people over and they wanted to indoctrinate them. We don't need no indoctrination. Hey, preacher, leave those minds alone. So when you have to literally dumb people down. They are doing doctor surgery. That is why you go to John MacArthur, Mastar. He's a Mastar, son of son.
Wait. Another brick in the wall. Tower of Babel was built by slime pit and bricks. This is an artificial building. Bricks are an artificial creation. This is why Peter says you are lively stones. Mm-hmm. Because stones are not artificial. Stones are natural. Tower of Babel is artificial. Another brick in the wall, indoctrination. They're using symbolism. Like even the logo of Pink Floyd, it's the seven color coming through the prism of the white light. Yes. So it's telling you the story about the human, in other words.
It's the goes back to the white light program. You said the human, the color, the man of color, the seven color spinning wheels of this DVD, the white light program. Because if you don't look at the man in the mirror, you're going to go back to the white light program, which is the jack. When the plug gets plugged into the jack of the womb man, and through all of the ionic friction ions, you have your climax, and that's the white light of the man of the sea man, the sea men, jumping into the hips of the mother ship, because the anagram of ship is hips. And then when the ram, the uterus, looks like the ram, that's why you see that the Aries, the face of Aries, took over, and it goes down into the seaman wears their white uniform, and they want a chance because they didn't look at the man in the mirror. And so where does the seaman go? Into the belly of the ship of the hips, and it's through the gestation ion, and that's why you got to be sober, not careful, because when you tell someone to be careful, you're telling someone to be full of care, be full of worry. That's why words are very, very, very powerful or full of power. And so that seaman goes into the belly of the ship. And then when it comes time to the ship, the hips delivering the goods, the matrix, the womb, the iPod, the iPad in that glass, and Neo, which the anagram of Neo is 1. And so when it's time for that birth, it goes down the birth, B-E-R-T-H, and then you goes down the canal of the matrix, which is the womb, matrix, you see the X in there, and it goes, and where does that ship, the hips, go? Well, now it does. Back in the day, they were like a horse or an animal, and they were on their knees that we read over there in Exodus.
Hey, wait a minute. Matrix, you said Ma is Mason, right?
Mason.
So matrix, Mason's tricks?
Yes, Mason's tricks, but it's an illusion. Ma means one of illusion. That's why this is a concept of the white light program. And so when that mother ship pulls, it goes and it pulls into the docked ore. And then the docked ore does what? It delivers a new liver into this duality realm.
So Solomon says in Ecclesiastes 4:3, he says it's better not to be born in this world than to be born in this world. So
yes,
clearly Solomon knew something that, like, he was basically saying, hey, when you enter this world, you're entering the simulation, buddy. That's what you're
well, and that's the paradox of it is because
simulate ion. Oh my God.
Yes.
I'm not gonna be able to see it the same, man.
The city of Sim, because if you look at a computer board, it's the same thing that they've done with the cities. If you look at a computer board, the towers and all the resistors and the little houses and the tie rises and the streets and all of that, but it's Sim. There's ulation, there's the light in there again, and there's the ion. And so, but see, Solomon is a very interesting word, because you have Solomon, you have sons and daughters, or is it Sol, S-O-L, which is the sun, or the soul.
Soul of man.
Sol-O-Man, moon. Sun, it goes back to the whole Lucifer, Christ. Sol, sun, O-Man, Sol-O-Man. Sol is son, and Man is the daughters, because the daughters is the guard, which is the moon, which ties into mother, muth her, Eve, foth her, broth her, doth her,
dude,
the herbs.
I'm getting ready to go through the whole damn dictionary at this point. I mean, my God, man.
Listen, we can do it together, or is it to get her?
To get her.
What about another? A, not her. Or we can do he, her, or. But see, that's why you don't need, and I know obviously your background, and you were trained as well within religion. I mean, obviously for a purpose, you know. What Babel building did you go to, if you don't mind asking?
I went to a Pentecostal church, man. I grew up Pentecostal.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So,
I started off in the Assembly of God, which is basically Pentecostal. Went to Camp Fahola. I don't know if you familiar with that at all. That was part of the Assembly of God. I was out there in Grass Lake.
Yeah, absolutely. My Mimi actually was a part of the Assemblies of God.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I had a route. They have all their Masons in there, and they have all their infiltrators. They're traitors, and they fill it with their lies. But that's why you don't need. That's the whole illusion. That was even that the 5th of November. We had the reformers. And the whole thing about religion. Is Paul says over there. He says I count it all dung. I count it all dung that I might win Christ. But it's like the new versions, they haven't updated that, that yet. They have garbage. And the last time I went to the Sunday school class, I told them there, I says, you guys, there's a reason why God, calls that dung there, and why Paul called his religion dung. I says, because if you lost your keys, say in the garbage, oh, you know what? Oh, it's in the bottom of the bag. I need that key, gotta get it. But if someone says, oh, you know what? I dropped that key and man, I picked up all the horse manure and put it down there. He's like, you know what? I think we can actually, that lock is pretty old. We probably need to change that. We probably need to change that lock. That's what God is showing of religion because it's because of what it is. But you look at the reformers, and all they did was just reform Catholicism, which is the Catholic. So if you live on a farm and out there in Canton, you have that farm. I remember going. Did you ever go to that big barn? It was out there on off of Michigan Avenue. Real life farms.
I know what you're talking about. Yep.
So they had this big, huge swing there. I remember as a kid, they had this big, huge tire swing up there. It was like on a rope. It was a top. I used to swing kids, all over the place. But nevertheless, if you go to a farm, you have the cows, you have the horses, you have the pigs, you have all that, and their dung is all different shapes and sizes. Okay, but at the end of the day, got grounds clipper. They coming around, they pick it up, they put it all in one pile. Guess what? It's all what? It's all dung. It doesn't matter. You get the Pentecostalism, the Baptist, the Anabaptist, so on and so forth. So the reformers, all they did was just reform the dung that was already there, put different names on it, and you get William Tyndale was, they call the God's outlaw. You have that in there, but you end up. You end up having the Vatican. Yeah, there you go. The Vatican. You see that word Cain is in there for a reason. The snake. The Vatican is the snake. That's why they have the pineal gland they hold on their staff right there. They're showing you the pineal gland, and they control everything. But if you look at religion, you look at the reformers, and what was we're told, because we know that Victor always pens his story. He who owns the gold and the guns, they get to dictate what you believe as they penetrate onto the walls of your heart. But if you take religion and you look at what the reformers did, is because they were keeping the language in Latin, and no one else could read it. So that's where you see all these reformers, and William Tyndale. They took it, and he says the plowboy should be able to read the book in English. So because why? Because they went. So you go fast forward, and the reformers, the Pentecostals, all these people, he says, if you really want to know God's word, you have to go to the originals. But the thing, anagram of origin is growing, and the word origin and growing is in foreign language, and this goes back to the whole etymology of how things come along. But the thing is you know what the irony is of the reformers, which a lot of them are Masons, is they tell you the very ones that supposedly freed people from the Latin, they tell you, unless you know the Greek, the quote unquote Greek or Hebrew, that you really can't know what God is really saying. That's the cauldron calling the kettle black, which goes to show you they're just part of religion. They're part of keeping the whole thing of you having to rely on the outside and not be able to ever know that isn't that written in. What did Jesus do? He excluded this. Isn't that written in your law that ye are gods? Right. Because I truly believe that the God universe sent the old covenant and the new covenant because people's hearts, through generational curses, their hearts have been like stone or like a rock. That God says, I shall take away that heart of stone. I shall take away that God spell. And because of that he could no longer intuitively, through intuition, the small voice speak to them. So he sent the prophets. He sent the angels of light. That didn't work. They killed them. Then he says, then I'm going to give you, Stephen, when he went from 0 to 95 there in Acts chapter 7 and didn't look back, didn't look in the root. I mean, he's kept that pedal to the metal. And he says that you, the Pharisees, who were nothing more left over from Babylon, the schools of wisdom, the Pharisees and the Sadducees, he says, you were given the dispensation of angels, and you have not kept it. So I truly believe that the Old Testament and New Testament are literally spells of God spells, because mankind chooses not to soften their heart, where we see this intuitively, and I've seen it about the circumcision, and this is where it all came home in November of last year. It was talking about the circumcision of the heart. And my brain started clickety-clacking down there, and all these verses and the intuition said, back there, Romans 2. Romans 2 is very pivotal, which ties into the whole glass. And it says in Romans 2:4, it says, when the Gentile, or it says, is it not the goodness and the severity of God which leads man to repentance? You don't need the Greek, you don't need the Hebrew. You just need to know the difference between soft and hard, and when someone has a repentive heart or an impenitent heart. The word pen is in repentive. When someone has a heart of penance, is that a soft heart or a hard heart? It's obviously a soft heart. And verse 5, it says, but after the hardness and impenitent, impermeable heart, he storeth up wrath against the day of judgment. And then he goes on, and Paul, and see, when most Christians have the whole TikTok mentality to where they could never sit on anything like this, much less 5, 6, 8. If it's longer than 20 seconds, most people are so much in a state of disassociation and sensory overload that they never want to look at themselves in the mirror, so they have to keep on scrolling, and they have digital dementia. But when Paul writes, you have to read the first 8 chapters is one complete thought of Paul. Sure, there's breakout, but Paul was a very gifted word wizard in writing in that there. But if you look at chapter 2 there, that's where it says, and you see that it's written that we have binary code. It says, when the Gentiles, which have not the law, do by nature the things contained in a law, they become a law unto themselves, meanwhile accusing and excusing one another, mental gymnastics, for the law is written in their heart drive, in their heart. And so you take that there, but then you go to the end of chapter 2 and talking about circumcision, where it says that one is not a Jew outwardly, but one is inwardly, and that not of the flesh, of the duality of the carnal mind, carnal, but that of the spirit. And you see, and of the spirit, and you see that Jesus, the reason why the second testament had to be written is because of those hard stone hearts, because Paul is just recapitulating everything that Paul said, just in a different vernacular. Right. Well, and that's why.
Well, here's the thing too. If they would have listened and they wouldn't have taken the law of God and made it physical on Sinai, according to Exodus 19:6, you see, none of this would have had to be reinstitutionalized. They could have took that spiritual law, that spiritual nature out to the people. I mean, we know that the Torah is true. I mean, look at what the Torah says. It talks about not mixing cotton with wool or linen with wool. I mean, there was a study done that when you mix the two fabrics together, it cancels out the frequency of both of them. So right. we know that even David said, your law is a light unto my path. So, but how was the law supposed to be used? In the inward man. The entire book is the inward man. It ain't talk about no physical man on the outside. And once we clean this up, that's when heaven will come to earth.
But that's what happened, though, is when at Tom's mind was split. And I'm also in the water purification business as well. It's one of the things that I do. And so we have reverse osmosis. Reverse osmosis. And what does a membrane do? It splits the ions, the negative and the positive ions. So in of that there, you see that word spirit goes all the way through. But the thing that narcissism, that hard heart, because after mankind lost their direct intuition and a jammer, which I believe possibly, which is Satan, which is the archons, when he says they, let us come down and confuse their telepathy, their language, because they were of one language, just like right now. Whether you're in the world, we're using binary computer programming on our hard drive, which is translating the internal now. Let us come down. And was it El, Isis, and Ra that came down? Well, it doesn't say, but this is what's inferred when you look at what these words actually mean. Nevertheless, they ran a jammer, and that's all languages are. They're just different frequencies. And that's why I know a good friend is John. He probably has like a IQ of like, I don't know, 170, 80. You know, he knows the book well, but it's like, but he truly has a gift of speaking in tongues. Have you? You know about that, you know, what they tell you in there. But he says, Eric, I even read transcripts, fragment of the manuscripts of Eric in Genesis 10:10, which is actually Eric of the Sumerians, and the word is in the Sumerians, and that is why I know that my name is Eric, and my dad actually wanted to name me Rex. And my mom, they're both alive, they're both 78. She's from Heidelberg in Germany, and she says, that's cool. She says, I appreciate you wanting to keep the whole German thing of Rex, but she says that's like a dog's name. So I was 5 days without a name. It should have been like 8 days, because
Did you you grew up in Michigan?
Yep, for the most part. A few years out in San Jose.
All right, my dad had a buddy named Rex.
Oh, okay. But
Yeah.
so my mom was like, well, let's do Eric. And she says, we'll do Eric. And she says, we'll spell, the German way, with the CK on there. So time goes on. I'm this different kid. Souls recognize each other by frequency, vibration, sound waves. I mean, obviously I know all this stuff now because, hindsight is my insight for my foresight. And so in all of that there, I've always been weird to everyone. I've always had this light. It's because my light frequency was always shining bright and others were dark. And so I was giving them that light. So it goes on. I go into the cult 2007, and from 2007 to 17, I become just a lean, mean muscle machine. I mean, fighting machine. I did destroy it. I didn't care who you were, what you were. I didn't even know a quarter of what I know now. I just had great, mighty power, and I used my sword words. And then so about 2008, 9, 10, I started learning about etymology and linguistics and all this stuff. And my mom asked me, she says, Eric, does this work in all languages? And I learned pattern recognition. When someone asks that question, what it is that they know, but they can't concede. Because if what you're saying is true, Eric, and this is true, and this is true, my whole life has been a lie, and I'm not willing to concede to it at this moment. So then she asked me like 3 years ago, she says, what does Rex mean, Eric? She says, if Eric means a king, and you've proven that she told me one day, she says to me, she says, Eric, she says, I've been around religion for 40 years. We went to Brightmoor Assembly of God out there in Southfield. It was a big church. Actually, they were on Finkel.
I've been to Brightmoor.
Yeah, the new one or the old one?
I think it was the old one with Pastor Brian, I think it was, or something.
There was Brad. Well, there was Trask. That was senior.
It might be Brad. I don't know, man.
Yeah. Well, there's a Brad, his son. But nevertheless, Ma says, she says, Eric, to me, she says, you speak as no man has ever spoken before. And I had just got done reading that when they said, who is this man that speaks as one having authority, the author, and not as the scribes and the Pharisees, which is a big dig. And I said, Mom, I said, it's not me. I said, I'm just a conduit of light. I said, I've given myself permission. Now have you? I was nowhere in any way would I get out and do this. I've talked about this stuff with people for the last 4 or 5 years when I go doing filters. And I'm just at the Woman with the Well changing filters. I didn't know I was doing metaphysical spiritual work when I was going and just changing filters. But I was John 4:4. I was just happened to be talking about these things and they knew what they needed besides the filter change. So she says to me about 3 years ago, she says, Eric, she says, what does Rex mean? She says, I'm very curious because that's what your dad wanted to name you. So we went in oily, straggly hair. So if you look at my account there, I've been gifted. My middle name is Raymond, which is my father's first name. But you take Ray, if we break it down, we get Ra, but we get rays, so sun rays. When you look at the moon or the sun or whatever these things are, they tell us, it gives off light rays, frequency. And then you get Mond, M-O-N-D. You have Mond, and you take the A-Y from Ray, you get Monday, or is it Moon Day? All these Christians that talk about, oh, we're not going to have no other gods. Every days of the week, at the week end, W-E-A-K, what are they saying? Sunday, Moon Day, Tuesday, Woden's Day, Thor's Day, Freitag, Saturn's Day. That's why, and I don't know where you stand on this, so I'm just obviously putting information out there. And this is all for entertainment purposes, obviously. Wink, wink. But Christmas, you break down the Mass, it's the Mass of Christ, or is it the massacre of Christ? which all ties into the oil in the chimney and the gift and the oil of gladness and your sexual energy being used, which ties in. Enough about me, but nevertheless, it means oily, straggly hair. I obviously don't have that. And then it says a noun, it says a king. So my mom and dad knew nothing about etymology in any capacity. And so that's why I know as pair rents have their ions rent in pairs when they bring in forth a new soul. It's the universe or the spirit that is telepathically communicating them, which aligns with their birth chart of the stars that they named their child that specifically, like John. Yeah, go ahead.
I need to ask you something. From all this that we've been talking about, because we've been talking for about 2 hours now, I want to say. All right, so Eric, is this what you're telling me here? English, the language of the angels, made by, I think it was Frederick Engels. And I know Engels has something to do with angels. It's the language of angels. This was the one language they knew at the Tower of Babel, but there was one of two ways you could use it. You could use it for good or evil. So what happens is once we get back to this root and this understanding that we can understand everything through the English language or the language of angels or angels, that's when we'll be able to build heaven on earth, or the destruction will come, in other words. So these words are spells. Everything that we say is spells. We understand that, cursive. Like you said, definition, and I mean, even in the word spells. But basically, what's happening here is we have built the Tower of Babel through the English language, or the language of the angels, or the angles, and there's one of two ways that we can use it. And this is how we can detect everything.
Correct. And that's why in the book of Paradox, and that's why I've always loved the book of Proverbs or Paradox, and I didn't know it, but I love, and that's why when the universe said to think in power, when I asked, how could man split, partition, and fragment my hard drive, it said, think in power and in spirit. And that's why it says death and life are in the power, the frequency of the tongue, and they that love it shall eat the fruit thereof. And if you look at the tongue, it just so happens to look like a double-edged sword, words. And so in of that there, a sword can be used for destroying or defending. And it goes even further that, the paradox, if you go to Isaiah 54, 16 and 17, it says, behold, I create the smith, the matrix. I create the smith that blows across the coals and forms the weapons. You have all four elements when it comes to words, weapons. And it says, however, the paradox is, in verse 17, it says, no weapon formed against you shall prosper, and all those that rise up against you shall fall. And this is the heritage of the Lord. And so in of that, and people say, Eric, that's a great question you asked. We can go on and on and on, and I can do all this stuff. But at the end of the day, bro, when it comes down to it, that book and then the paradox of it is for mankind to love themselves again. And that is the love of whatever it might be. I don't know what it is. God, it's light, frequency. Is it us? But for us to love ourselves and to go back.
This is the way I look at it. We created ourselves. And what I mean by that is this. God is consciousness. We're all one. So like the photon manifesting from non-physical into the physical. We are the angels came down. They became the fallen angels of light. These fallen angels. So what ends up happening is we put this book in a nature of understanding it through the higher conscious by representation of literal things out in this world. But we told ourselves that if we didn't understand and we didn't get it, it was going to be a schoolmaster that would lead us unto Christ. The wars, the tribulation, all of these things. So when it came down to it, finally, when we would finally understand and wake up, we would realize that we're looking with the wrong senses, because these are the senses that made Lucifer fall, which is the 5 I will statements. which is why when it says that Nebuchadnezzar went to Judah and he brought him down to Babylon, Israel back down to Babylon, and it'd be 70 years of captivity until they came out. It tells you in Jeremiah, God tells the people, store up in your vessels summer fruit, oil, and wine. All right? Ain't talking about something physical. That would be stupid to store up stuff like that for a space of 70 years. Saying, store up in yourself the oil, the Spirit of God, the wine, the representation of the higher mind, the higher consciousness, and the summer fruits, because you'll know a tree by its fruit. So he's talking about supernatural, spiritual things. So finally, in our dark night of the soul, and what we thought was the truth, by taking these things through realizations of, to realize that our eyes will bring real lies, all right? What ends up occurring in this process is that we would escape Babylon, we would escape our 70 years of captivity, and we would finally see God to face, because 70 years is a representation of rising up the 70 chakra, the 7 chakras, in order to see God at that place of Peniel. That's where Jacob saw God.
Right.
So what happens here is that through this representation, through what we understand, we wrote this book. We put this book together. We're the ones that did this. It was a higher conscious mind. The prophets were of a higher conscious mind. Jesus, he came to teach even the parable of the husbandman when they would kill or unalive the servants, the prophets. So what happens here is the law was a schoolmaster that would lead us into Christ. We had to go through that course.
Right. And that's why there is a very pivotal, because it says that the law was, not is. The law was the milk. Peter even says that newborn babes desire sincere milk of word of God that they may grow therewith. There's a bridge that you use there. You have to evolve. You have to learn to love yourself again. You have to learn how great. Jesus didn't come to tell him how great he was, but how great we are. Those words, that light, it's a reflection. And when you have that there, that's where you start to evolve. And that's where Paul, he says, it's bothersome when people say, well, the writer of Hebrews. That's just a cliche that everyone says, but if you don't understand and understand the syntax and the languaging and the patterns of Paul's writing, of all of his writings, and you get the Hebrews, and you think that Mark wrote it, sorry, I can't help it. But that's why he says, I can't come to you with the strong meat, with the intuition, with the higher mind, with the singularity, with the Christ consciousness. I have to come to you with the milk, with the oracles. An oracle, that don't sound very Christian-like, but the first oracles, we have to go back to the baser mind. We have to go back to the carnal. We have to go to the hell. Heaven, head, heels. Out of the belly of hell cried I. Belly, where look at your intestine, it looks like a parasite. That's why this whole Ouroboros, or the infinity sign, the snake ate its tail, the seaman brings life, and the parasite brings death. And if you don't step out and look at the man in the mirror, you're going to repeat, wash, rinse, repeat. And that's why you see the time, that you see a time hourglass. What's in the middle right there? The middle, that's an X. And that's why it's going to show that right there. And that's why this whole book, why it's referred to as a glass or a mirror. And it's showing these things hidden. But the thing is that the secrets are with the right chest, are with the righteous. And people tell me, I even had told me today or yesterday, a dear sister, she's like, Eric, I love your passion. And she says, but you got to explain things better for people. And I asked her, I says, why did Jesus speak in parables? Because it says that they have eyes which they see not and ears which they hear not. And so about 2 months ago, I was sitting out by the fire and I said, if the word ear is in here, I said, what? There's something about eyes. You keep on seeing. Everything is pattern recognition. If ear is in here, I said, there's something about eyes. I just can't see it. And then once again, it said the law of reverse. E-Y-E-S. See is backwards, and eyes you see. And so eyes, they see it. And I said to her, I said, sister, listen, I can only take you to the water. I can't make you drink. The only way that your real eyes are going to start to realize, and your real eye, single eye, is no longer going to be paralyzed by the pairs of lies. I says, if you don't partake in taking selfies and keep you in the prison, but if you take that trip, that road to Damascus, and you start to look into that mirror, and you deal with your ego, which is not your amigo from Contigo, and therefore that is where you start your journey out of Egypt and into the promised land. And at that point, you have a choice. You can listen to the mixed multitude, the naysayers, the malwares that's in your hard drive, or you can abort the mission and abort the mission of Aries. And instead of taking 40 years of wash, rinse, repeat, 40 years, that comes up. I was 40 years old before I finally stopped going through that cyclical cycle. And you can take 10 days and get to the land where it flows of milk and honey, the manna from heaven, and that pineal gland is activated, and you can go to the milk and honey, and you can have that flowing in 10 days instead of spending 40 years and decaying each decade in the wilderness.
Jesus, man. Dude, I'm telling you what, I need to go get myself a 1611 King James Bible. I just need to start looking at these damn words, dude, because here's the thing. You're saying Damascus means Damascus. Take the mask off, in other words.
Yes.
It's the same thing as what the Hebrew says when it says the beginning of salvation. You're taking the mask off. You're basically what you're doing is you're realizing your real identity, and that's the beginning of salvation.
Listen. Honest to the universe, I told my family, and on Sunday, the day of the sun, I said 98. I said I'll be liberal. 90% of practicing Christians have never reached true salvation, because true salvation is when you allow yourself to love yourself again from whence you forgot as a child, and when that quote unquote sin was imputed unto you. Blessed is the man who the Lord imputeth not sin, which comes to the point to when your mind was fragmented. And this is how you know, atom. And he says, who told you were naked? Now, I don't know if you have children or whatnot, but you can imagine, say you have little Johnny, he's a young child, he's growing, he's starting to walk, and all of a sudden, 7, 8, might be 9 years old. Next thing you know, you go to help him, get dressed, and what is it? He closes the door on you. No, Dad, you can't come in. Who told you you were naked? That sin, it was imputed onto them because at some point they've gone through some, I would say, and this is just kind of coming to me right now, but they went through some kind of a traumatization, as I was talking about earlier. So there was malwares and viruses that were there, but they didn't have to be activated, but unfortunately they did. And so that's what the joy of the Lord, the joy of salvation, you go and look, the joy, that oil, that's talking about the pineal gland being activated. And that's truly what you could sum the summation of all of this is learning to love yourself again. And you don't even need the book, because that's why it says, and I'm sitting here looking at your hair, and about 5 years ago, I would have told you that because why? But see, does the Bible have contradictions? That would be a good headline up there. I see hell isn't real, but does the Bible have contradictions? And I could never do this before because I was so well indoctrinated, and I'm black and white, literally by the law. Like if you told me I was straighter than an arrow. I mean, straighter than Robin Hood splitting an arrow. I mean, that's how straight I ran. But if you go over there, 1 Corinthians 11, it says, "Know ye not that that nature itself teach you, if a man hath long hair, it's a shame unto him." Well, now let me ask you something. As a child, I came into the bald, and now I'm bald again. So from whence I was to now I went. But your average, and I did have long hair. I had wavy hair. I'll try to find some pictures. But if you look, if you let a young boy, what they tell us that we're males, if you let a young boy's hair grow, is it going to stop at the Catholic and Baptist, Pentecostal above the ear and above the neck? Or is it naturally going to continue to grow? Now, obviously, change the genetics and the hair length is obviously all semantics. It's going to grow. But no, that hair is naturally going to grow long, which long hair is antennas. That's why it says a woman ought to have power antenna on her hair, never talking about a piece of cloth. The noun is never shown up in there. It's talking about the hair. But if you look at that, how can something that's natural be against nature? It can't be. And this is why this would be but it's not. That's the paradox of life. When you start to be able to see both sides of the coin, you will no longer be caught in the false dichotomy of heaven, hell, sinner, Republican, Democrat, so on and so forth. So, yeah, man, I don't want to, I know we've been in the spirit here, and the craziest thing out of all of this is that you're like literally a stone throw. My son is actually over at a friend's house over off of E-Course and Haggerty right now. So yeah, we'll definitely have to hook up and get some coffee and and if or Yin and Yang, if he comes here into Detroit, he lives north of us a bit, but we'll have to definitely to hook up, because we can click from place to place, but it never replaces face to face,
Right.
And so, but yeah, I seen it was someone else trying to get in there, or were you trying to pipe someone else in?
Yeah, I was trying to bring someone up, but I guess he got kicked out or something. I don't know what the heck was going on there. There's this other gentleman. He wants to come up here. I'm wondering if he's going to come up here. Yes or no? His name's Brian. He's actually a preacher. He told me that he wants to debate me at 7:00 his time, 7 CST. I'm 8 Eastern time. So,
Yeah.
let's put it this way. He's coming with the mainstream Baptist doctrine. That's all there is to it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. So if I can check out, or believe it or not, but even then that song, they had it right in front. The American, remember that old show, The American Hero? Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. I never thought it would be so real. Flying away on a wing on a prayer. Who could it be? Believe it or not, it's just me. That's who it's always been, friends. You'll always be just you. And he says, I was under a spell and I could not see it. He says, but believe it or not, it was just me. That's who we always are going to be. We just have to learn how to re-love ourselves.
Yeah. Glory to God, brother. Glory to God, the God that lives within you and I. That's why it said, have no other gods before me. It's talking about the God within you and I.
Yeah.
That's why Jesus said, love one another. He said 2 commandments. Love the Lord your God and love your neighbor as yourself. Because when we all come into agreement with that, we're all following the same God.
We are following a way and away from religion, and we're going to the way. And how shall they know that you're my disciples? But the love that you have for one another. So, all right, man. Well, I'll check out. But if you ever want to do a live again or whatever, we'll hook up and you get someone that's.
Absolutely. Hey guys,
you get someone.
Make sure to go follow Eric. Seriously, make sure to go follow him.
Yeah, definitions.
Yeah, definition. All right. Make sure to follow him, you guys. This is awesome. What's up, brother?
What was your name?
Josh.
Josh. Okay.
Yep.
It's a mighty name there. One of great faith. All right.
Absolutely. Well, he walks around the wall 7 times, blowing the trumpets, walls of Jericho fall. It's a representation of those 7 chakras getting up there to God. So
it's and you better be careful, because you might be shocked by shock raws.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. The stones of fire, Ezekiel 28, stones of fire, those are the chakras there when it was talking about Lucifer, stones of fire.
The stones of fire.
Yeah. So, but yeah, another time Yeah, try to sleep tonight. Let me know what time you get to sleep.
Sounds good, brother. Bless you. Thank you.
All right. Yeah.
All right,
Later.
brother. Bless you, my friend. I would take you off, Eric, but I don't think I'm going to do that. You have 339 coins, man. So
Hey man, I don't know what that means at all. So
hey, it's all good, man. If you click, you should be able to click your name, and then it should say disconnect.
okay. Yep. Yep. Up there, the X, I think.
Yep. You should be able to hit
Okay.
that, and you'll be good.
Disconnect. All right. Take it easy.
All right, brother. Bless you. All right. I will not deny it at all. That was the best conversation I've had on TikTok ever. Best conversation I've ever had on TikTok with someone. He really brought something to the wordplay with that. That was, my God, man. That was awesome. Yeah, that was awesome. The wordplay. He said he was in church for over 40 years. And then he finally came to the realization. Think about that. Think about that, people. All right. I want to see if this guy, friggin' Brian Batson, he's going to come in here. Him and I are supposed to debate. He wants to debate me as it is. I mean, we'll see. That's all I can say. So, yeah, it's let's Butimus Jennifer. It's not even like it's a lot to think about. I mean, it's real. I mean, this is real stuff, as it is. This is a real thing going on. It's like straight up real. Okay. All right, Gnosis. What's up, man? How you doing?
Am I on here? Okay. That was the most incredible conversation I've ever heard in my life.
That was unbelievable, man. The wordplay, my God.
Well, bro, I just came across you yesterday, so I'm like, and then I got on today and heard this because I'm like, there's nobody in the world touching you. And not that he did, but I mean, he brought a whole different.
No, I admit, man. Like his wordplay and stuff. I mean, my God.
Bro, it was a whole different aspect of this whole thing. I mean, that's what it was like.
It was crazy because now if we can take everything and we can just take the King James Version Bible in the English language, the language of angels,
yeah,
and break all this down. It just, I've seen this before because what happens is John D. and Edward, I think his name was John D. Edwards, John D. and Edward Kelly, I think it was. Okay. Back in the 1600s, they actually used it, Enochian magic, to actually unlock the English language.
Right.
And what it is, they actually figured out how these words are spells, and they keep you trapped into this dimension. This is real stuff, man. And
no, I hear you. Well, I do a little bit of the wordplay that he does, but nowhere close to what we just heard. I mean, that was wild. But what I wanted to talk to you about real quick, just because so what's the story in the Bible about the kid who had to give away all his money? Is there a story?
Oh, you're talking about the guy that came to Jesus and he said, "Lord, I follow all the commandments." And
yeah.
He said, "What else do I got to do?" Jesus said, "Sell everything you have and then come follow me."
Bro, listen to me. That is like all my story. So I'm 43 years old, but I feel like I got like 10 years taken off because I did that. And it was in December 21st, 2012. I had, what I know now is a Kundalini awakening. Like, I fell way, way down, man. But I stopped, like, everybody around me, like how he was, like, saying about the family and stuff, like, everybody's looking at me like I'm crazy. I'm like, nah, like, this is real stuff here, you know? And but so my name's Ronnie.
Yeah.
And so that means, I was looking it up, and it means mountain of strength. It means joy. One of the things, what was the other one? There was something else to it, but my last name,
it comes from Aaron.
yeah, right. And that was the next one I was getting to. So because is it a silent? I believe it's a silent AH after the R. Is that right or no?
Oh, for Aaron?
Yeah.
Aaron is AARON.
Aaron.
Yeah.
So is that where my name would come from?
Yeah, I mean the Ron. So you have Aaron. Aaron means teacher.
Yeah.
It
means count. It's like wise count. Like another part of it too is like why or ruler of counsel as well.
Yeah. So like all of our names have meanings at the end of the day, and yeah, could Ronald? I don't know. Like is your real name Ronald?
My real name is Ronald. Yeah, Ronald Walter. I don't even care. Like my last name is Bossetti, so it's like Boss ETI.
Okay, interesting.
But but this all came. So I mean, it came. I went to a Catholic school, bro. So like to me, like I grew up like not liking church at all. I'm like, oh my, like we had to like put the tile on every Wednesday, all that. But it didn't happen until I went away. Like I got so like my high school love, for example, we ended up going our separate ways, heart broke, whatever. So I went away from just not knowing I was going to go away from God, but then something happened. Like I said, on December 21st, 2012, something happened to me, and it was source energy, bro. Like there's nothing else to explain it. Like I immediately understood the Bible. Like, and then I went to church, and they had a meeting, kicked me out, calling me the devil, because like I'm like no, like because every time I talked, they would try to stop me and say no, you received from the book, and I'm like no, I'm receiving this from inside, bro.
Yeah.
And
That's the entire thing. We gotta. When we take this book and we place it on the inside of our heart, that's what matters. Did you hear about what I said about why Aaron's rod blossomed and almonds?
No.
Okay. This is going to make a lot more sense since we're talking about you, Ron, and talked about Aaron. Let's talk about Aaron's rod blossoming and almond. All right. Aaron was actually responsible for the speech of Moses. But the reason why his rod blossoms an almond and Moses's doesn't. And if anyone has ever doubted anything that I've talked about with the kingdom within, you're not going to believe this right here. The reason why Aaron's rod blossoms an almond is because Aaron's rod is a representation of his spinal column. All right. Yeah. The almond at the top of the rod is a representation of something called the amygdala in the brain, which looks like an almond. All right. Yeah. And the amygdala, just like Aaron is responsible for the speech of Moses, happens to be responsible for our speech.
Wow. Okay.
You can't make this stuff up if you wanted to.
No, you can't. And that's what's amazing about it. So going back to that Kundalini, I wanted to add, because it felt like I was struck by lightning on the inside. Only way I can explain it. Like all the seals were broken, but all the chakras were lit up at the same time. I mean, I was laid out, bro. Like listening, I've never listened to frequencies in my life. For a week, I was just laying on the ground. Like my mind was just, I don't know. Have you ever heard anything like this?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It explains the process in the book of Revelation, actually. In the book of Revelation, it talks about how when you're going up, you're going to hear thunders and lightnings and earthquakes.
Yeah.
And it's because in that process, there's things that are trying to distract you from the meditation aspect.
Right.
And what happens is if you keep your alignment, you keep your focus, you actually go up, you open your pineal gland up, and when your pineal opens up, it actually sends frequencies, waves around your body that looks like rainbows, which is why in the book of Revelation, it says there was a rainbow around the throne of God. And in Ezekiel 10, it tells you that the throne of God is the sapphire stone.
Okay. Well, this is what's wild here too. So this awakening I had And now look, man, like you can say what you want about this, but I was being controlled, I swear. And then I go outside. I lived in Mount Lebanon at the time. I'm from Pittsburgh, right? So I live in Mount Lebanon. I walk up to this parking garage, walking up a spiral, like, you know what I mean? Like, so I walked up 6 levels and I'm just like looking over the city. I come back down to my apartment and I look up and it was like these bright eyes looking down with a funnel kind of coming down. And then I did this just walking outside. So I locked myself out of my apartment, so I had to spend the night in between, like, you know how you have to buzz yourself into like apartment building.
Yeah.
So it's like I'm like living this like reality of like everything, like, you know, everything, like I'm seeing everything deeper. Even TV shows, everything became deeper after that.
Yeah, you were awakened in actuality. You see, what happened here is that in the book of Genesis, it actually says that it doesn't say their eyes were opened. It doesn't say Adam and Eve's eyes were opened.
Right.
It says their eye was opened.
Yeah.
So if their eye was opened and they entered into the reality of this world through the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, what happens is you have to partake of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil in order to have that unlocking of the eye. So you have to go through tribulation. You got to see the good and the bad of life. You got to go through the light and the darkness, because ultimately at the end, there's no separation. It's all the same. It's the reconciliation.
That's what I say. I'm forged in darkness, but rooted in light.
Yeah. All darkness is the absence of light.
Yeah.
And I mean, okay, here's something for you. I mean, Noah gets into his ark. The ark is a representation of meditation.
Yeah.
When you get into this meditative state, it's in the darkness. Well, I think Eric unlocked something in me, because in the word darkness, you have the word ark.
Yeah. I'm here with my notebook right now. I'm like, I gotta go back and look at that.
So yeah, man. So within that, you have the darkness, the ark. So now, what we have here is a complete representation of all this. So everything that we see is all rooted. Hell yeah, glory. Yeah, man, I don't know what you did to me. Now I'm going to be looking at words differently.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we all are who are on this.
Good Lord, dude.
So let me ask, like, this is the last question I got for you now. Is there a day of judgment? I mean, because I swear to God, like I'm exiled from life. Like people, like I'm overqualified for every job, bro. I can't get a job. People immediately say no to me. Like it's so bizarre. Like I cannot explain this.
You can't get a job, really?
Yeah, like dude, anywhere. And I'm talking about I could go to like. Before all this happened, I mean, I was like a marketer, brander, all this stuff. But I don't know if it's because I'm supposed to be doing something. Like I wrote a couple journals about what I went through. But yeah, like people like will not hire me. Like they like the churches not just that church. I went to another church and they were like, "Is Jesus Christ your Lord and Savior?" Like just questioning me about everything. And I'm like, what is?
It's like they might as well take you in an interrogation room and
like
waterboard you.
What's going on, bro? Like that's what I mean. Have you ever heard of anything like this? I don't know what to do.
It's crazy, man. It really is. Well, let's the thing is, we'll stand in agreement that you get a job. All right, we're gonna stand in agreement that God's gonna give you a job. The God within you, as it is, and that everything's going to work out on your own behalf, and these chains are going to be broken. All right, these chains are going to be broken. God's going to make a way, and I'm going to hear your testimony, and you're going to come back in here, and through the glory of God, with everyone that's standing in agreement here, all of us,
okay,
you're going to get a job.
I appreciate you, brother.
Absolutely. I mean, it's It's love, man. It's that frequency. It's that operation. It's that unity. All right.
Look, listen. I'll leave you guys. I'll leave whoever's listening with this is if you don't like, and that's why I'm glad I came across you yesterday, because where I'm from, like, you know, like I thought I knew what I was talking about, but then I saw you, and I'm like, okay, I have a lot to go. But I mean, people that don't believe this stuff are, I mean, it is very, very real, man, and it's amazing. It's most amazing. Even though, like, I lost material goods, it's like I traded it. I invested in myself to find that love within myself again. Is how I look at it.
Yeah, man. It's amazing. You see, the thing is, I was talking to this with Eric earlier. The word Galilee in the Bible is the word circuit. Okay, it's the word circuit, and circuit's electromagnetism. It's a derivative for the word ion. All right.
Okay.
So it says that Jesus and his disciples passed from the Sea of Galilee. They passed from the Sea of Galilee to the other side of the country. Let's talk about a story within us, because the sea is a representation of the emotions. We have to pass on our boat, the boat which is made of wood. Wood in the elements is a representation of the astral realm. That's why Noah makes a wooden ark. It's the astral realm. That's why Jesus was up on a wooden cross. It's the astral realm that he's crossing over into. And that's why he sits there and says, "Father, I commend my spirit." In other words, take my spirit, and his flesh dies. All right. Yeah. So what happens here though is it's like an instrument or a gateway to get there. So what I'm telling you is this. This is the reason why I'm saying this. Just like how you're supposed to cross from the Sea of Galilee on the boat over to the other side of the land, what happens is you have to cross over from your emotions to get into the astral realm. To actually get to the other side of the land, but it's through Galilee. It's the Sea of Galilee. It's the emotions, but it raises you up on the circuit, all right, the ion, which is electromagnetism. So what happens is now you realize that this entire working process is happening within you, and it's frequency, and it's the understanding of sound waves and stuff. So even the words that we're speaking right now that we're in agreement and other people are in agreement, we're all coming to the same frequency and the same level, in other words.
Okay.
So what happens is, like, when you lay your hands on someone and you pray for them, it's not supernatural. It's energy that's passing over from one person to the next, an energy, a frequency, a source. Jesus says, in your tongue, you can give life or death. Okay? So what happens is when we speak these things into existence, it has to work this way. This is the law of one, in other words.
Okay.
This all has to work this way. And the universe, which is based off of these frequencies, this electromagnetism, when we stand in agreement here and we say that you're going to get a job, it has to happen because these are frequencies and sound waves that are going out into the world, and everything has to align and come into agreement, because the flesh or the material world has to obey and bow down to the spirit nature, which is frequency and waves and light.
Let's go.
Does that make sense?
It does. It makes perfect sense. And here's another thing, because you brought that up. So I look at all four books now different, because I used, like, when this happened to me, I made myself the business kind of. I did a SWOT analysis on me, and I started working on my emotions first. And then I got to the four quadrants, like, of a human, which is mindset, emotion, spirituality, and physical. And they just taught us the physical. So I feel like Jesus is in every book of the gospel, but just in a different way. Like, so you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course he is. Because Jesus, you see, Jesus is the flesh. Jesus said that the words that I speak come from the Father. This is the essence of Christ. Okay.
Yeah.
So, seeking the lost, I'm not saying that God is not involved in the laying on of hands. What I'm telling you is it's not your flesh that's doing the healing. It's the light within you that's doing the healing. And the light within you is the photon, or the light, or God within you doing that work. Remember, the Bible says God is light. Jesus said, "You are the light of the world," because the light that's in you is to shine to the outer world. Okay.
Okay.
But all the Bible is, this is all the Bible is. If we break it down, it's them explaining electromagnetic principles on a natural level. That's it.
Yeah.
That's
So,
all.
I feel like our gut is a brain is our lower brain, and like the lower part is like our animal instinct, and I kind of moved from that to, I guess, like the intellectual, spiritual aspect of it. That's what that whole movement's about. That's like kind of crossing Galilee, I guess. Correct?
Yeah. This is where the animal sacrifice takes place. The animal sacrifice. It's the lower carnal nature. It's that animal brain. It's that lower nature to raise up to come to the God consciousness.
Okay, because a lot of times now, like some of the people that I'm still associating with will be like, "Oh, it's easy with the spiritual stuff." You know what I mean? They got to calm me down a little bit with it, but it's like I'm seeing like my old way of thinking through them now. Like I basically, like, I went through the dark night of the soul and everything like that, but I can see through like most people now. I mean, not you, because you know what you're talking about, but like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's the reason why you're seeing the wolves in sheep's clothing, and more people are going to see the wolves in sheep's clothing, because you know what a wolf does? It devours the sheep, right?
Yeah.
The sheep are the higher thoughts, the higher nature.
All right.
So the people that sit there and say, "Oh no, the kingdom isn't within you. This is talking about Jesus being the kingdom," and you don't think like that. That's a wolf right there.
Okay.
That's a wolf trying to devour your thoughts, trying to devour the sheep.
So in essence, like we're more powerful, but because we can see them.
Absolutely. We're more greater is He that lives within you and I than he who lives in the world.
All right, man. Well, hey, look, I want to let you know I'm glad I came across you. I'm a fan. I'll be listening every day. But yeah, that conversation. What was he calling what he did? What he does with the words? What's it called again?
Oh my God!
Did he have a name for that?
No, I don't think so. He's still in here. Eric's still in here, but he like breaks down the etymology of English words.
There it is. Boom, right there. Okay.
Phonetics. Yeah. Well, I mean, he said definition. So definition.
He said a lot, bro.
Word splitting. Yeah, he said a lot of stuff, man, and he like broke down some words like crazy amounts.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, like, because you seem to know, I mean, almost everything here. So what? How differently has he made you thought just after that combo?
Okay, so here's the thing about it. I know about word splitting. I know about what John D. and Edward Kelly did.
Yeah.
But I guess what I needed, and I'll get into it sometime here soon or whatever the case may be. But like what he did was he put it in action, and he actually showed me how important it is to learn it.
Okay.
So like he broke some things down, like transformation ion or revelation ion. So you got all these words with ion in it. Now we know it's about electromagnetism. So like what he did for me, he unlocked another part of my mind.
Right.
Yeah. So what he did was, especially with him coming, I haven't had a talk like that since I've been on here for 4 years. I haven't had no damn talk like that. That guy knew his stuff. Let's put it there. Right?
That's what I mean. Like, I don't think any of us on here have ever heard a conversation like that. You should put that up, bro. Like a lot of people.
I'm putting it up on YouTube, definitely.
100%, man. A lot of people, people like me would love to hear that. Sure.
Dude, that was insane. But I'm to the point now, man, where like it's hard for me to listen to anyone really. And the reason why is because I can just see through the bullshit, man.
Dude, I know, man. That's why I was glad to come across you, because you're the first person in so long that like knows way more than me. I'm like, thank God. Let's go.
Man, we're just gonna keep on going through stuff. If you like, man, as well, Ron, we have something called Upper Room Talks at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Sundays.
Okay.
I might on Zoom actually, and we have some people that come in there. We talk about some deep stuff, man, and we talked about some stuff the other day that would get us banned. In other words, off TikTok. Pretty much.
How would I how would I get it? How would I get on that? What's it called?
Do you have Facebook?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you see what Missy Bemis put down in the comments? Thanks, Missy. You're already on it.
I'm taking a screenshot. I just took a screenshot of it. All right, we good.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So join us. All right.
Oh, 10 a.m. Sundays.
10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, man. Hopefully you're not too far away. So.
No, I'm Eastern. We're good, bro.
Sounds good, Ron.
All right, buddy. I appreciate you, man. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, brother. Have yourself a good evening, my friend.
You too, man. Goodbye.
All right. Bye. All right. Well. I don't think Pastor Brian's going to get on here and want to have this conversation. The thing is that when you start to learn this stuff and understand this stuff, it's just you can just see through all the bullshit. Pretty seriously, all right. You really can. It's just crazy. The knowledge is good, but where is the how? So, guys, I don't know if Pastor Brian's going to come up here as it is. I don't know at this point. But let's put it this way. We had a gentleman come up here earlier, and he was an atheist, and actually he said through seeing this stuff and understand, he said, oh my God, he said it's more real than what he thought. All right? It's like all this stuff, guys. It's how long have we been on here? Like for 4 hours or something like that? I don't even know at this point. But guys, if you want to join Sons of God Ministries at the YouTube channel, if you want to, got some videos on there. Going through a new series called The Cosmological Revelation, Kingdom Within on part 5 of that. Going through the 7 churches, how the 7 churches deal with the 7 chakras, deal with the 7 days of creation, deal with the 7 spirits of Yahweh in Isaiah chapter 11. Okay? So, Missy put it up on the comment section. She pinned it. If you want to go to Sons of God Ministries discussion group or the Facebook Sons of God Ministries discussion group or the YouTube Sons of God Ministries. And then we have Zooms at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay? We have Zooms at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Sundays, if that's something you guys want to join. So it is. The kingdom of God. The kingdom. The dome of the head. The head is the dome. This is where the king lies. He lies in the dome. My God. Do I celebrate the feasts of the Lord? The feasts of the Lord are actually a representation of the 7 chakras. All right? The feasts of the Lord are actually the feasts of basically the 7. All right? That's why when we break all this stuff down and we really look at the Sabbath day. Let's talk about Sabbath day. All right. What is Sabbath day? What is the Sabbath talking about? It says the man is the Lord of the Sabbath. Why is the man the Lord over the Sabbath? Because the Sabbath happens within you. It happens within me. All right. Okay. So, all right, the Sabbath. What is the Sabbath? Why does Jesus sit there and say in Matthew 6:27 that which one of you can take no thought and add a cubit unto his stature? You can't take a thought and add a cubit unto your stature, because the place of taking no thought is the place of rest. And the place of rest is the Sabbath day. That's why the 7 seals line up with the 7 days of creation. You see, the seventh, let's start with the 7th day first. The 7th day, which is the Sabbath day, is a place of rest. Okay? Just like the 7th seal is a place of rest or silence in heaven for the space of a half an hour. Because the 7 seals actually line up with the 7 days of creation, line up with the 7 chakras, line up with the 7 spirits of God in Isaiah chapter 11. All right? All of this lines up. I'm not lying to you. I'm being dead serious right now. And as Eric said earlier, in Ezekiel 28, it talks about how the anointed cherub walked amongst the stones of fire, because the stones of fire are the chakras. All right? It's the chakras. Now, when looking at this and when understanding this, what you begin to see and realize and understand is that everything is connected. Nothing is disconnected. I mean, my God, to do the word splitting that Eric did earlier, I'm going to have to pick up that damn Bible, and I'm going to be in like one chapter for a whole freaking week, it seems like at this point. But, I mean, it's going to have to be done. So I gotta figure out the rest of the prophets, and then I think I'm going to start doing that word splitting and stuff. So I got to get into all that. But basically what he was trying to say is that all these words, you don't have to jump into the Hebrew or Greek to get the meaning of the words. Yeah, so it's just crazy. Oh my goodness. Freaking A, dude. What, like, I was just thinking about this. Holy shit. The place of the skull. Why is the word skull said a lot like the word school? Skull and school. School's a place of learning. Guess what else is a place of learning? Or in Scandinavian, it's known as a library. Hell. This place right here, it's called hell. All right? So skull is a place of learning. At the place of the skull, you have to be crucified, because after you raise up in that knowledge, that understanding, you then crucify that knowledge and that understanding, because now it moves into the spirit realm. Yeah, we're definitely in school. We're definitely in the place of the skull. That's where we're at. I was just thinking, I was like, what the hell? All right, so anyways, what we begin to see here is that everything, like, guys, so let's go ahead and talk about the 7 demons of Mary Magdalene. Right? Mary Magdalene had 7 demons, and Jesus had to cast out these 7 demons. What are the 7 demons, first off? It's a representation of the 7-headed beast of Revelation, okay? The 7-headed beast of Revelation with the 10 crowns upon its head. The 10 crowns are the 10 commandments, but it's a representation in the outer carnal way, because the 10 commandments are supposed to be written on our heart. It's a representation of something that happens in the inward working in process. That's why it says, have no other gods before me. The God that's not supposed to be before you is someone else, because the God that lives within you is greater than he who lives in the world. All right? The idolatry that you're not supposed to go to is worship someone on the outside of you. This is what Christians do. They worship someone on the outside of them. When Jesus said that it's not the word, it's not my flesh, it's the words that I speak that give me the power. Okay?
When it talks about like how you shall not be a thief, you shall not trample over other people, you shall not take someone else's wife. That the word wife in the Bible, in the esoteric circles, it's a representation of taking someone else's mind. Okay, you're not supposed to take someone else's mind. This is your own mind. This is your own land. You see, in Jeremiah, I believe it's 33, it talks about how the branch would be set up. When the branch is set up, the waters would flow, and everyone would actually go into their own land. Their own land. I have my own land. You have your own land. The disciples have their own land. Everyone has their own damn land. Okay? Now, the thing is, my mission may not be the same as someone else's. Okay? My mission may be different than your mission, but what unites all of us is love. Okay? So, how do I know this land that's being spoken about is talking about us? Because in Hebrews chapter 11, verse 14 to 16, it says that the fathers, the servants, the prophets, the patriarchs, they were not seeking a earthly country. They were seeking a heavenly country. They desired a heavenly country. What is that heavenly country? Well, the kingdom of heaven is within you. If the kingdom of heaven is within you, the country they were desiring was the country within them, which is the country that flows with the land of milk and honey. All right? Your body flows with milk and honey. Did you know that? Did you know that? It's called the colostrum. All right? Oh, snap! Each have their own pineal gland. All right? They have their own pineal gland. Their own pineal godland. They have their own godland. Oh my God. Okay. All right. It's through the pine cone. It is called the pineal. The Catholic Church has a freaking pine cone in their. It's in the Vatican. It's a pine cone. All right. The land flowing with milk and honey is the colostrum. All right. It's the colostrum. This is why we call him Santa Claus. Santa Claus goes down the chimney. He brings the gifts to the children. He goes back up into a rage of fire. That's what it's talking about. That's Santa Claus. That's the colostrum. The land flowing with milk and honey. This is like milk and honey. What? It's like milk coming down, but when it's like transformed, it turns into a goldish substance going up. All right? That's the land flowing with milk and honey. Yeah, they're trying to control others' pine cone. It's not like they've been trying to do it for like fluoride and toothpaste and in the tap water and all this other shit going on. I mean, this is real. I'm not lying to you guys, as it is. All right. So this is real stuff. Now, okay, so the pineal gland is your land. Okay. The pineal gland is your own land. All right. So Ezekiel calls it the sapphire stone. Jacob says he met God face to face at this place called Peniel. The sapphire stone is also known as the throne. It said around God's throne is a rainbow. You got to go through the book in order to unlock the 7 seals, which are the 7 chakras. You're the book of life that has the 7 seals, the 7 chakras in it. There's a bunch of stuff, all right? Let's put it that way. It looks like Brian didn't want to come up here tonight. That's okay. All right? So it doesn't look like Brian wants to come up here tonight. Thanks, Keela. Appreciate that. It goes to show that everything is all connected, okay? So let me concentrate for a second. Let me try to get my thinking straight, because Eric said something here about the pineal gland, which is the pineal land. It's the land. This is the land that flows out with milk and honey. That's why it says, have no other gods before me. Oh, this is what I was talking about. It says
in the Ten Commandments, you shall not take another man's wife. Okay? Paul says that the wife is to be subject unto the man. Okay? The wife is to be subject unto the husband or the man. It's not literal. It's not literal. The wife is a representation of the emotions. The man is the mind. So the emotions are to be subject unto the mind. All right? So when it says you're not supposed to take someone else's wife, it's saying don't take their damn emotions upon yourself. Stop trying to burden yourself with someone else's pain or whatever the case may be. You can't burden yourself because then that's going to throw your frequencies off. That's going to throw you off. And when it throws you off, that's going to throw your relationship with the inner God within you off. Okay? What has to happen is people have to start coming into agreement with their nature. They have to realize that we're going to go through tribulation in order to inherit the kingdom of God. This is the true 10 Commandments. I'm not lying to you. I can tell you beyond a shadow of a freaking doubt. This is what the 10 Commandments are about. It's about not taking other people's emotions. It's about not having anything above yourself, because if you let something come above yourself, you can't fully love that which is outside of you. Okay? You have to come into this order. The only way it can become as above, so below is if it happens from the inside to the out. This is why we still live in a broken world. All right? How to get the milk and honey flowing. Meditate on the word. How? Well, King David tells you in the book of Psalms, he says that I meditate on the law of the Lord day and night. I am like a tree planted by the rivers of living water. My leaf shall not wither, and the fruit shall come, or shall grow in its season. First off, King David is talking about meditation in the darkness of the night. He says actually he meditates in the darkness of the night, and then that's when the Lord comes to him. Because in actual reality, the melatonin secretes the most in the pineal gland in the nighttime. Huh. Give me 1 minute, you guys. Okay. Okay, guys, so let's go and wrap up with this, all right? Let's go and wrap up with this, all right? What happens here is that in order to flow into the land with milk and honey, you are like a tree planted by the rivers of living water through your meditation aspect. But the tree is also a representation of your spinal column. The water is a representation of the water that flows into your upper being, which is the claustrum, which is why Jesus says in John 7:38, out of your belly shall flow rivers of living water. You think I'm lying? You think I'm lying? Go do a real study on the Bible. You'll see that I'm telling you the truth. All these other people that are saying, oh, it's outside you. Oh, Israel's going to build the third temple, and we're going to have a brick and mortar building and all. It's all a bunch of bullshit. It's all a bunch of lies. It has nothing to do with physical reality, all right? Out of your belly shall flow rivers of living water, because the tree is the spinal column. The waters in which the tree is absorbed in is actually a representation of the flowing of those eternal waters. Those eternal waters that flow into your upper being, it's the claustrum oil that first flows down, then it must flow back up. All right? It's the claustrum oil that must flow back up. But what happens is it flows down like milk. And from it flowing down like milk, it transforms and it turns into a goldish substance going up. It's like honey coming up. All right? So what happens here is that what we begin to realize and understand is that this is all an internal esoteric working of the body, right? Hell is within you. Heaven is within you. The kingdom of heaven dwells within you. Luke 17:20 and 21. John 4:24 and 25. Luke 11:52. Matthew 23, verse 13. Matthew 23, verse 15. 1 Corinthians 3:16. 1 Corinthians 6:16. Okay? It's all within you. Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. So the kingdom of God is actually an understanding of a metaphysical reality and realm that exists in the supernatural identity of who you truly are, which is the light that dwells within you. Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. Take no thought for the morrow shall take thought of the things of itself. To take no thought. What does it mean to take no thought? To come into the true rest, the true Sabbath day, the seventh day, the seventh seal, the seventh church, the seventh chakra, the seventh spirit of the Lord. When you come into that, that's when you come into reconciliation. That's when you come into unity. But just because you do that once doesn't mean you've unlocked all the keys or anything. Remember, Paul says, I die daily. I am crucified with Christ. Everything happens within the internal working of our inner being. Okay? Guys, I pray that this was a blessing. I pray that this helped you. God bless you. I love you. Let's just keep on going. All right? Let's keep on going. Let's keep on seeking the truth. All right? And, yeah. Let's just keep on teaching this message. One thing you're going to see with people, if you keep on listening and you keep on understanding, you're going to be able to see through the bullshit of a lot of religious people. All right? You're going to see through the bullshit. All right? And that's truly what it is. It's bullshit. Remember, Paul says, I count it all as dung. He might as well say, I count it all as bullshit except Christ. That's pretty much what he said, people. All right? So don't get offended when I say that word, okay? But also, here's the beauty of it. You see, flies tend to attract to dung. In the Bible, it tells you that Yahweh or the Lord or the God will hiss for the flies of Egypt, and he will hiss for those who are in Assyria. It's telling you that he will reconcile all. He'll take those who are attached to the dung, attached to the religion, and he will bring them out of the religion. He will bring them out of that thinking. He will bring them out of that understanding, and he will enlighten their mind and bring them to a higher revelation of truth, higher understanding. So guys, God bless you. I love you. I pray that this was a blessing tonight. Eric, once again, thank you for coming up here. Definition. It was awesome talking to you. Let's just keep on going. I thought there was a guy that was going to come up here tonight, Brian, but I don't know. I don't know. It's a little bit too religious. He wanted to debate me, so a little too religious. So, but anyways, guys, if you'd like to join the Facebook Sons of God Ministries discussion group, join the YouTube channel Sons of God Ministries. And if you'd like as well, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we have Upper Room Talks. So please join us. We love you guys. And we're just going to keep on going forward. Thank you, Missy, for putting that up. Blessings, you guys. Have yourself an awesome night. Have yourself an awesome evening. And we'll talk here soon, okay? I love you guys. And let's just keep on studying, keep on going through things. I'm in the book of Isaiah right now. But let's put it this way. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I've gatekept a lot of information from you guys and stuff. It's about time I'm going to have to reveal it, though. Okay? There's a lot of stuff going on in the book of Jeremiah and Isaiah than what people realize. And I know. I've been rude, Jennifer. We haven't even scratched the surface. Let's put it that way. We haven't even scratched the surface on what we're going to be getting into. I love you guys. Bless you. Have yourself a good evening, and we'll talk here soon. Jesus' mighty name. In the Father's name and the Holy Mother's name. Blessings. Talk soon, guys.